Yellow, everyone, and welcome to another stream. I hope you guys are doing well today. I'm doing just fine. Oh, I forgot to toggle this. Oh, that's fun. What's that? What do you got there? What do you got going there? What is that? Is this? Is it this? No. Why are you taking up the entire screen? Hello? Okay. All right. We'll figure this one out. It's this one. It's that one we got and we figured it out. Doing it live. Let me just close that right now. Because we don't need that right now. I'm just finishing up sending out social media posts. And I'm about to copy link to post and post it over on the Discord. Hopefully my mic sounds fine. I forgot to check. I sound awful. Give me a sec. Hello? Okay. Now. Okay. There we go. Shout out to you know. Shout out to programs not registering when things are unplugged and replugged in again. I don't know why, but here we are. And we're gonna do it here. That's on my channel, and I'm just gonna grab this live, and then I'm gonna go over here and post this, and then we're gonna tick off that. Hang out. Come hang out. And I need to put an HTTPS on this message real quick. I really should just get in the habit of doing that on my social medias. It just takes up like valuable space, on my it just takes up valuable space, Or maybe you don't know. Sometimes I run out of characters, and it's kind of a problem, bro. It's kind of a problem. Alright, what is this? I'm just gonna do a quick this, see if anything pops up. Nope. Alright, gonna close that off. Also, turns out, apparently, there is an issue some people are having on Twitch where their like subs are randomly being canceled. And you wouldn't know unless you like looked. Apparently it's ruined some streaks some people had, and stuff like that. It's kind of an actual issue. I just saw I just saw a tweet about it. Oh my, right, hold on. That's why I still had Discord open. Oh, sorry. That's me. I'm the one. There we go. All right, now we're ready. Sorry, this is when if I ever start a stream and I'm like fighting to get started, it's because for whatever reason, I believe that I will simply not actually stream if I don't hit the go live button. for various reasons. Because I always feel better while I'm streaming. Here's the thing, guys. I usually feel better when I'm streaming, right? And but like before that, I don't feel great usually, sometimes. And I have to like convince myself. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to open the thing. So I have to like hype myself up. I have to be like, you'll feel better if you just get on. If you just get on, you'll feel so much better, I promise. And it doesn't always work. Oh, by the way, the cough's not gone. Just in case you were wondering. Cough's not gone. Alright, there we go. I am streaming, right? Yeah, not recording. I don't know why I would be recording, but just in case. Also just gonna toggle all of those. Alright. I plugged in my new camera today because I actually had a chance to do so. I was planning on doing it last night. I did not anticipate streaming for like 7 hours. Especially with the way I was feeling prior. I promise you, I thought I was gonna go like maybe max 2 hours. But I get a lot of social energy. I don't know if you guys know that vibe. But I do get a lot of social energy from just hanging out with you guys. Or with anyone. I mean, it doesn't have to be you guys. It just helps that you guys were around. Oh, I can't move any of these, otherwise it'll break my... Okay, this is what we're gonna do then. I'm just gonna create a new folder. We're gonna call it Wretched Wasteland. I've been my naming convention has been WW for the most part. Because that is... Sorry, I'm making a folder real quick. Because it's Wretched Wasteland is WW. However, there are other games that sound, first of all, very similar to this one. Like, naming convention wise, it sounds almost the same. And there's a potential I could play it. And I'm sure there's many other games with the alliterative name of WW. Cards for promo. I've been trying to make sure I save my like I take snapshots but right before stream so I could see like the progress of the card over time. This is gonna be the deck, is what I'm gonna call it. Here, let me show you what I'm looking at. So, oh, these are real tiny actually in comparison. Let me open it over here. So like we start off with this one. This is the original. I don't know if you guys remember, but this was the original card. This is the original sketch, essentially. I made it like one night. Because I was like, I think I said it on stream. I was like, I wonder if I did this, if it would, like, if that's a good idea. Kalino! ¿Cómo estás, Kalino? Yeah, so this was like what I did after a stream when we talked about this, and I was just like, what do I, and then, so, and you can see like the early iterations of where the icons and like where I wanted them, and the early raid or attack here. And what I originally thought would probably go on the card. And then we had this card. This was the second one. I believe we did this on stream. Or maybe we didn't. Maybe I did it prior to. Well, we got the anatomy of the card going, right? Estoy bien, mi amiguito. También bien, gracias, gracias. I'm still sick. I still have a cough. It was actually really awful this morning. I have a pretty, like, brutal cough this morning. Like that hollow cough you get, and the one you can't control. You just have to, like, keep coughing until the fit's over. And I hate that. I mean, obviously everyone hates a loss of control. but it was like not great. But then I laid down for a while, and then after I got a package, I was just like, I went out to get it because they put it in the mailbox instead of putting it on the front door. And for those of you who don't know, I live on an incline, essentially. Like my driveway is inclined. Um, I'd say like just maybe like at a 40-degree angle, maybe a little less, maybe like 30 to 40 angle. It's pretty steep. It's a pretty steep angle because I live in the middle of my neighborhood, and all the water drains to the middle of neighborhoods. It turns out, and that's me. I'm the one that gets there. So we have a pretty steep driveway. So like going up and down it, like my my body was unhappy with me, but like it also happy because I was out in the sun for like a minuscule amount of time, but I was there. And then I came in and I was like, I just have to take a shower, and I've needed to cut my hair and shave my parts of my head for a while now. Like my hair's gotten so long, just because I've gotten so lazy. And it's not lazy. I've not had the energy to do so. I shouldn't be dismissive of that. And so I just hadn't done it, and today, even though I didn't feel great, I was like, it'll make me, if like the shower doesn't make me feel better, this will at least make me feel better. Because I was like running like a low grade fever, I think. I might still be. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell when it's getting warmer at the same time as you're getting sick. But so I did that. I didn't do the most phenomenal job because again, I do not feel great today. But after the shower, I just took the time to just fucking rest. I just like sat in my chair and played some Stardew um for like a couple of hours and just listened to just like whatever videos on YouTube. And I still don't feel amazing. Like my stomach's still a little like it doesn't feel great. It's like I don't feel sick, but like I do get like a little nauseous for no particular reason. Um so I had like a fruit dinner, which is great. We had some there's this grocery store here called HEB, here in Texas, and HEB had this like great deal. They had a really good deal on fruits and some veggies this week. It was 4 ears of corn for $1, which is like unheard of. And in like this economy, it's usually two for $1. And then like their cantaloupes were two for $3, which is also great in this economy. I would say at least. Um, and then they had grapes that were like a little over $2, and I was like, hell yeah, they were the green ones, my faves. So we got some of those, and I just had a little bit of a dinner of that. Not the corn, because I don't like sweet corn. I like not sweet corn, if that makes sense. I'm like a fucking bird. Um, because like not sweet corn makes it feel more savory to me. It doesn't matter, but that's what I had. And that like gave me some more energy, and I was like, you know what? I want to stream. What we're gonna do today? We're gonna fucking stream, baby. And I'm glad this is an art. And I consider playing a video game, but I like playing video games with a camera, and I am not camera ready. God, doing Final Shape is gonna be fucking brutal. I'm gonna have to like turn off the cam as soon as like the sun comes out. Um, and turn it on only. Oh man, I can't day one though. I know it doesn't matter. That's not for you to guys worry about. Anyways, the cards. So we started off with this card, right? Then we moved on and we did this card, and we just built up from this card. So originally, I just drew the Raiders on my own time, and I tried to decide how I want to do the like banner up top, the title, where I wanted to put the heart. Really, this doesn't put into perspective how much thought went into where each of these elements were going to go. Like we didn't have daily struggle there originally. I didn't have any title up there originally. Um, I didn't know where I wanted to put the icons down at the bottom, the dice, the Jenga tower, and the trash can. And right there you can see I originally wanted to put pull and keep, but that doesn't feel like good design to me. But I mean, what do I know, right? And then I did the colors on my own time because I was trying to figure out like what palette I wanted to have in the background, and I wanted that to influence like some of the colors. Then we had this one. You guys saw this one yesterday. This is how we started. We started with a little bit more squared up. I did the math, and I had squared up the description box, and I figured out approximately how I wanted how much space I wanted the title and the card number to take up. And we have that that visor thing at the top because I was considering making it a kind of like Magic does it, just like a free floating nameplate. But I couldn't decide on a design. I could not decide on a design I liked for stream. Again, because these cards are for stream, I feel like I have to make different decisions than I probably would make if I were making them a card. And we mostly worked on the icons when we first made this, and then we like sketched in some colors. So that's what we did. That's how we started yesterday. We had that card, but this was another stream where we worked this out. And then this is where we ended yesterday. So we went from this to this, right? Is this lower? Oh no, it's not. And I did everything yesterday. I figured out I squared everything away. Everything is precisely placed. There is not a single thing on this except the text. Not a single template design element that is not perfectly squared away. So that's where we're at today. This is where we're starting today. Where all I have to do now is just I need to choose the colors for the icons and figure out the shades I want everything. Today is a color day pretty much. But I'm not going to figure out the color until I figure out how to do the illustrations, right? Oh, the other thing I need to do is I need to figure out how to make the spade and the club stand out. I might just change the color of it. I know that they're traditionally black, but I think I'm gonna have to turn them into a different color. Maybe I make them blue. Maybe I make them that blue, the Daily Struggles blue. But I need to change that color. I originally was thinking of giving them some sort of like background to pop, or like a border, kind of like the heart has, I think, still a little bit of a border to make it pop out a little bit from the background, so it's not as flat. But for now, I'm not messing with that. That's not a today issue. There's still some things at the temp. That's why we're done with asterisks next to it. We're done. Because we're not actually done. We still have a lot of little design elements to go. That's why none of these things are going to be sent to PNG at the end of this. Oh, excuse me. I was not expecting that. All right. We're drinking water and we're going in. But yeah, so I am excited to move forward. Let me just move my things where they need to be. Let me make sure that this cord's not where I don't want it to be. Good, good, good. Not that I have anything in particular that's bad, but you know, some people want their privacy, and I'm willing to give that to them. Again, let's just all recognize that I'm sick and my voice is gonna do some weird things. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just sick. All right? We're all taking that second to really absorb that. All right, let's go. Um, I'm just gonna throw these over here. Honestly, oh, okay. The header is already there, and that's already locked. Let's also lock that. I'm also gonna lock that, even though I still need to work on it. I don't want to accidentally move it and then not realize I didn't move it. This is sketches. And we have background colors. Both of those are insignificant to us pretty much. Oh, righty then. Okay. So our first decisions are literally this. What are we gonna do? So our first one is a compass, right? So again, this is a post-apocalyptic game, right? It's called Wretched Wasteland. We are a scout that has been found or spotted by a bunch of raiders, and we're running for our lives to get to our compound, to like our village, our home that we scout for. And so I need to keep that in mind. I want to have that sort of I just want it to be kind of stylized is my issue, I think. So I want to have I want it. Oh, that's right. I'm doing that there. I'm doing everything on brush this time. We're doing oil paint. I'm gonna have to change that then. Let me change my button real quick. Preferences. Oh, it's not preferences. It has its own button. Shortcut settings. Oh, there's a thick oil paint. Nice. Edit. You're gonna be A. I know A is already being used. A is being used by that? Since when? You're getting turned off. Delete shortcut. Oh, my brush was X. I guess I can learn that. I can learn that. Hold on. Let's delete that shortcut. And then we'll come over here. The shortcut, you'll still be A. I just need to remember to hit X instead then. So I want, and then we have a thick oil paint? Yeah. I want to have, kind of like in the PDF, how it's kind of cracked ground. I want it to look dry. I want it to be, you know what, let's just try to emulate this. Let's just try to emulate what I'm seeing on, as a background for Wretched Wasteland, right? There's like a couple of things in the background, and then we have like a blue color. I don't truly agree with the blue color on this, but we're emulating, and that's all that matters. Right? Something like that. And then we choose some sort of like um yellow to show the and that to go on this. And we're doing our like the striations it has in the background. I keep trying to do this like it's an actual brush and doing it from the side. Like I am holding my pen almost parallel to the metaphorical paper here. I'm doing it a little bit more freely here than in the picture itself. And then in the forefront, like when we get closer, we start like getting the cracks. But yeah, so I've been sick today, but I so remember I've talked about in the Discord, if you guys are in the Discord, I wrote that I finally bought my mom her Mother's Day present for next month. Um as you guys recall, I have been anxious about it for about 2 months that I was somehow going to forget. And I there was a deal I saw on Etsy of someone who makes tumblers. Not tumblers, but like basically the like modern tumbler, right? The Yeti deal. And they had some pretty nice designs, and also you could customize them with names, right? And so on it I put my name, my mom's name, and my dad's name on it. And on it it says like mommy on it, or mama, I think it's what it says, mama, and then it's split open, so it's like this. It's right, it's like that, and then it's like name one, name two, and name three. It's back there, right? And so it says mama like that. And then it has like a really pretty like Mexican styled flowers and stuff like that. And I think it was very pretty, and I'm very excited to give it to her on Mother's Day. Now I no longer have to worry about it. Step one, no longer have to worry about it. And step two, I all I have left is now to make her a card, because my mom doesn't like me to buy her cards, Mother's Day cards. In fact, the year I got her, I found that out. She almost didn't speak to me and asked me later if I no longer loved her. A little dramatic, sure, 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 sure. I think she had her own things going on also. But I did learn to never buy her a card anymore. I do. I was like so happy because like I finally had like a job and like my own money that I could like really spend. Like I had spending money, right? And I was like, I could buy her a bunch of stuff. So I bought her like flowers and some other stuff. But she was very grateful for all of that, but she was very devastated by the bot card. And I'm like, okay, well, it happens. It is what it is, I guess. Okay, so my mistake here is I didn't make the rest of these little. um Apparently I make these big and I make those little. So let's do this. Let's just perspective tool this. Why won't you let me actually move you? Hello? I guess I can only move from the top? Question mark? No, I guess I can only move from here. Let me do this then, if it's gonna be like that. Let's just take this then and make this perspective. What's the button for this? It's S. Okay. No, one. The one thing I might have to do is I might have to set up a color swatch somewhere with like a brush or something. And that way I can simply not worry about color matching in the future. Because just grabbing it from the actual canvas isn't gonna work because it's gonna be like mixed with other colors. So I'm hoping that tomorrow I feel better. I'd like to have an appetite tomorrow because I'd like to enjoy my birthday dinner. Technically birthday lunch, but we'll see. It's also really funny having your birthdays as an adult. Because typically, like, no one really knows your interests as an adult. Because they're eclectic or expensive, right? They're your hobbies because, for reasons, right? And that's typically what you want presents for. Um, and so like I just get money now for my birthday typically from everyone. So it's gonna be funny to see what I get. Um, like what messages I get, I should say, not like monetarily what I get, but like the messages attached to said money. All right, let's see how that translates because I know what this looks like for me. Oh, I have never opened my stream. I always forget when I'm doing these. You mute myself. Mute. Oh, but yeah, here's the Twitch support message. It actually doesn't look bad. But thanks for your patience. Let's talk about what's happening. Um, there's some issues with unexpectedly canceled subs. Um, and yeah, so if you guys sub to some people, make sure to check if you're still sub to them, if you want to still be sub to them. Go back to our regularly scheduled programming. Actually, it doesn't look terrible on stream. It doesn't look the best, but it doesn't look awful. Now, here's my real issue here with this. My issue with this is I don't know like what color I want this to be. It's D. D is that button. I recently set up hotkeys for all of my most used things, so I don't have to just keep going. You guys can't see it, but going to the toolbar on the side of my screen and just like choosing everything. I just wanted to have everything there. It looks good, but the border. What border? The black border? Oh, down here. You're talking about down here, right? Um, down here. We're talking about this part, right? Or are you talking about the black border around the whole thing? Or are you talking about the description border? The card border? No. The card border is just going to be its own thing. Because it's its own thing. Because let me do this for this so we could all experience this one together. Number 3. Okay. Let me come over here. Oh, nope, that's Hulu. Please don't open Hulu. Oh, good. I'm so glad that this website works consistently. Create my own game, I guess. I haven't done this at all, so let's see how this works. Wow, Roll20 is being real slow right now. Wretched Wastelands. Ooh, what system do I want? None? They're just like a... We'll just do none, and we'll go with that. Launch game. Yeah, let me go back here. That's a real question. How the fuck do I add... Um... Okay, yeah. Recent color, yep. A table, row, table, style. Style? Nope, that's header and stuff. Hmm, that's not really, okay. I'm gonna Google. Um, how to add deck on Roll20. Cards are in collections, right? Is this collections? That's the jukebox. I really said that confidently, hoping. Oh, here we go. Decks. Add. Show. Hide. Edit. Click on. Card size. Default. Um, choose a file. Oh, I actually have no idea if I have to resize these. I have them very large, so I get the most amount of detail. And that way when I make them tiny, or if I ever want to make them large, they don't look awful. Oh, here's the other question. Is it this one? We'll probably that one. You like that? Or are you gonna be mad at me because I chose that? No, you're fine with it. Oh, you need a backing? Hmm. Oh, that was also not the correct card. What is this? Oh, because I didn't I didn't finish it. I need a back for the card. Let me just do a new file with the same measurements. And let's just make let's just pick up this. We'll do something like that. And we'll do if I can do like this, I guess. And I'll do a I don't know. Like a like a that's her card back right there. With just nonsense over there. Yeah, sure. Why not? Export, single layer. Illustration. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Alright. Oh god, I keep not checking where this is being saved. Where are you being saved? Where are you going? Oh, you're on the main. Okay, you're in main. You're there, main. They're here. Alright, that's our back. Now we're adding a card. This is our ace of hearts. Tooltip none. Choose file. It's gonna be this one. Save change. Save changes. Save changes. All right. Show our deck. Shuffle. Shuffle the deck. Drag to deal. And then on the background, I don't know what I'm gonna have in the background. I'll be completely honest with you. Oh, you guys can't see. Sorry. Oh, why am I over here? Hey, stop that. Stop it. I don't want to make noise. Not that you guys can hear anything. I can't either. I just simply, it's the first thing I do anytime I get into a new. It's the first thing I change whenever I enter a new Roll20. Never something play hands only, but I'm the default, sure. Did I do none? No. I'm in love with how this is being shown on Roll20. NGL. Maybe it's because I made it big. Maybe if I made it. Anyways, that's not really the point here. Then for the background, what do I got here? What do I got? What do I got going here? My library, from the past. What do you usually do? Oh, you know what? Maybe like a felt background, right? That's what you do cards. Send the resume, Lamau. Felt green. Oh, let me go to Pexel first. That's just not gonna do me any good. I like the border, black border, yan yan. It's green, blends in, but I don't know if the scene would also be dark. I haven't given it too much thought. What the background's gonna be. No, I'm not signing into Pexel, sorry. Card table. That's on me. That's on me. I should have obviously assumed you were just gonna show me cards on a table. Yes, of course, of course, of course. Shout out to iStock though for knowing exactly what I was talking about. Um, green felt table. No, you're right. iStock once again knows exactly what I'm talking about. Green felt maybe. You guys can't see what I'm looking at, but just know that it's not great options. They're not the best options in the world. Downloads. Yes, is this a lawn? Yes. I need us to not ask any questions though. I need us to just be chill about it. Go on our map layer. Would you like to upload? I didn't feel like it was that big. Oh, we got two of them. All right, move this over here. Move this over here. Fifth page. No. I don't actually know how to make things bigger in... I keep choosing the wrong option. My size is, please. Just hit delete there? I can. I would just like this this gentleman cutting his lawn to get off of the screen. That's my goal here. All right, everyone, I need us to use our imagination. I need us to use our imagination today. It's hard doing Roll20 on my little screen because nothing is going to look like this. It's going to be like, imagine that. It's not going to be like a black background or a white background. It's going to be some color background. Ideally some sort of like card table-esque background, like a green felt or a red felt. Something you would see like at a casino or something. That sort of kind of table. And it's gonna look like that, right? So I wanted to be clear. I want there to be a distinction between the card and the background. Usually it's a white border, and in theory I could change it to whatever color I want. It does not necessarily need to be that. Typically you see them be white. I just chose black because that felt like it'll be a little more in line with oh, sorry. It'll be a little bit more in line with what the color palettes we want to play with, right? So does your opinion change at all with that, or do you still think that I need to do something with the border? I like the card though. Send the resume to insert TCG company Lamau. Oh right, you didn't get to see the end of the card making yesterday. I went on for a real long time by the time you went to sleep. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I want you to know. So I'm in a one of the well, I'll wait for your opinions. I'm in a create. Although Kalina likes to just put on a stream and just walk away, so I probably won't get it. But I'll leave it on here anyways for a little bit for us to like really register and come up with any opinions. I follow a creator. I like reaction channels. And I watch them often. But I don't love all of them. Because, you know, reaction channels react to everything. And there's only certain things I like watching people react to. I'm not like gonna sit here and watch everything they react to. The closest I get is with music. If you're just like a music reaction channel, then like you'll pique my interest. I'll remember your name usually. But a couple of years ago, I found a channel that these two women were reacting to the then new Olivia Rodrigo album, Sour. And I was just like, oh shit, I kind of like these guys. You know, they're more adult. They're in like their, you know, late-ish 20s, I'd like to say. Maybe mid to late when the channel started. And then and they were like they had a really nice setup. They were like in their living room. They were filming from like the waist up, so I can only assume they were just like sitting on the ground on like low chairs or something. It was like a very clean aesthetic background. And I was like, oh, this is very different from every other reaction channel I usually watch. Usually they're sitting at their computer, watching their screen, their camera's at an angle, kind of like you see when people are streaming. They're just wearing whatever. And these girls look like, you know, they were very put together. They had some, you know, their shit together. And they had really good opinions and they were very positive. And I was like, okay, all right, okay. I'm interested. Again, they were reacting to music. I went to go check out the channel. Let's see what else they do. Turns out that video was kind of the odd one out They were a channel that talked about Taylor Swift, like Taylor Swift's music, and her music videos, and in particular at that point they were just talking about her albums, right? Um, and later they would go on to talk about how they were upset that no one was really commenting well on, at that point, Taylor Swift's most recent album, Lover. And they had a lot of thoughts that no one was putting into words. So they were just like, you know what? I'm going to say it. I'm going to be the one. And so maybe I don't need to put it back to these cards. And so I was like, okay, all right. I fathom this. I'm not a Taylor Swift fan, really. I like Taylor Swift. Like, I'm a fan in the way where I respect her and her grind and the respect she has for her fans, for the most part, right? Like, I'm a fan of Taylor in that way. Her music is singer-songwriter, and I'm not really good at just listening to words. In recent years, she's been switching it up to be a little bit more. I mean, she's still very wordy, obviously, that's like her brand. But the production has really like gone up in my opinion, for keeping my attention, as that's like the thing my ear attaches to. Um but I was kind of enthralled by these women. Like, they were very good at what they were doing, and more importantly, they were very passionate about what they were talking about and knowledgeable in all that is Taylor Swift and her music, right? And I was like, okay, all right. And so over the years, I've been watching them, and their enthusiasm is truly infectious. Um, and as we all know, Taylor Swift is on tour, a very large tour around the world right now, and she does these things called secret songs, and in these secret songs, she sings songs acoustically, either on her guitar or the piano. Well, she does them both. She does one on guitar, one on piano, and there are songs from her discography that didn't make the set list for the tour, right? And they're different every night of the tour, and people are like, um really interested because some of they're acoustic. You don't really hear Taylor Swift sing her music like that. So what people started doing is like reacting to the secret songs and watching them, because people at the concerts were live streaming it. And so there's this one creator called Tess over on TikTok, who like started restreaming people's streams. And whenever like a stream would die, because devices overheat, some people just have better angles, better audio, etc. She basically became like a production studio in which she um had a bunch of streams open, and like she would switch between them depending on like what she thought was better. And if one stream went down, she had another one ready. And so it's a very reliable way to just like sit there and listen and watch the secret songs every week. And it's incredible. It's amazing. Shout out to Tash. She's pretty cool for doing that for everyone. And so people react to these songs live, and these people, this group, chats and reacts, started doing it also, but they were only doing it over on their Patreon. And because music laws, copyright, etc., etc. So I eventually got a little bit of FOMO, so I jumped over and I started supporting them over on their Patreon. And I would watch their reaction every night, and their discussion about it afterwards, and stuff like that. And um with that, I got a little bit more into Taylor Swift, and like I also had gotten more into Taylor Swift because I'm a football fan. I like watching football, and I had heard all the hubbub about the Kelsey brother, Travis, from their podcast and from the very infamous Super Bowl last 2 years ago. where the Kelsey brothers went up against each other. So I knew Travis from that, right? Travis Kelsey, who's on the Chiefs. And then I found out he's dating Taylor Swift. No, I didn't find out. I watched their podcast, their brother podcast together, and New Heights. Shout out to New Heights podcast. And I heard the line where Travis was just like, "Yeah, I made Taylor Swift a friendship bracelet, but she doesn't actually see anyone after her performance because it's a 3-hour long performance. She probably wants to rest after that ordeal," which he almost verbatim said in an empathizing way. But he was still bummed he wasn't able to give her a friendship bracelet because the Swifties do this thing where they give out friendship bracelets to each other at concerts based off of one of Taylor Swift's songs, and people were really cute about it. Whatever. And so we his brother asked him like, at what, he said, "I wanted to give her my friendship this friendship bracelet I made her with my number on it." And his brother was like, "What number are you talking about, your jersey or?" And Travis was like, "You know which one, right?" I saw that and I was like, wow, I can't believe you're shooting your shot at this point. Shut up. Shoot your shot out there, Travis Kelsey. And I didn't think really much of it. Continued on. A couple of months later, turns out they're dating. Middle of this, really at the beginning of the season. I say the middle, it felt like it, because the season was kind of buck wild at the beginning. A lot of things happened in the first couple of weeks of the NFL that year, last year. And yeah, she just started showing up to the games, and I was like, what the fuck? I'm not a Chiefs fan. I don't follow them really, but they're close enough to me that I can watch their games. If you guys don't know, watching sports in the United States is an absolute fucking nightmare. If you're a fan of someone that's not local to you, give up. Give up trying to find a local cable channel that will have your game. Go find a live stream somewhere. Go pay for NFL Plus or whatever. It's a fucking nightmare to watch any game that's not your local team. Anyways, I started watching, but they're close enough to me that sometimes we get their games on our local channels. And I was like, damn, and I started getting, and because I was, liking New Heights stuff, and so we're Swifties, I started getting more Taylor Swift stuff along with Travis Kelsey stuff, and then it just kind of kept going. It just kind of spiraled out of control. And I got pretty deep into Swiftie TikTok without really trying. And combined with being on Chats and React, Patreon and stuff like that, I just started learning a lot of stuff about the fandom, and I follow them. And so Taylor Swift has a new album coming out, and if you guys don't know, Taylor Swift does this thing for her fans, which she enjoys a lot herself also, and she's only continuing it because her fans really enjoy it. She does this thing where she drops hints via Easter eggs in the promotional material she's dropping. And promotional material includes her outings to public locations, like whenever she goes out to award shows, TV shows, all of that. There's a chance there's going to be an Easter egg in what she says, and there's some recurring themes, like 13 is her favorite number, so you'll see 13 a lot in her stuff. She does a lot of things with clocks and time and stuff like that, based off of what I've heard. I've assumed, I've not looked into it. Just a reoccurring theme is just a clock to show different things. And so some of these Easter eggs are like long-standing Easter eggs, and some Easter eggs are new Easter eggs. They're based on like clues for that singular album, right? It's truly fascinating because the longer Taylor Swift has been at this, I've collected, the more unhinged her Easter eggs have become. If you guys remember in Destiny, how Destiny 2 did the that one of their last community Easter eggs that they did, which was you had to find the symbols underneath like the world back when they did like world activities for like their seasonal activities, there was a pedestal you would go up to, and if you looked down, there would be different like hexagons with different symbols on them. And it turns out everyone had a unique symbol to themselves that was different every single day. And it turned out, and so people, started to get together and started doing it. And then it turned out that this thing, this Easter egg, was actually um supposed to be a community activity. So it became like uh just like a control station popped up, and players were sending pictures after pictures, or info after info after info of their hexagons to several different people and streamers and websites in order to collect that information. And people were making programs to like figure out what it was, and it turned out to be like this large picture at the end of the day. And that large picture ended up giving us the answer for the Easter egg, which ended up just being Bastion, the shotgun, which we were gonna get anyways, which people were really pissed off about, but that's neither here nor there. Um, it's like that sort of level now where like these Easter eggs, if you're not really in the know, you're not gonna get all the Easter eggs. There's like some surface level Easter eggs, and then there's some real deep ones if you really want to get into it. And because this album's coming out on Friday, um, this entire week has been a promo week for Taylor Swift, and as she's been to awards and she announced the album, um, it's been Easter eggs since then, really, in a lot of things she's done, and when it comes to promo material. And so I'm now in the Discord, and there is a Discord where you pretty much just talk. It's just people theorizing about what different clues mean. And specifically in this channel on Discord, you are allowed to be as unhinged with your theories. No one, like, there's very real things on here, but there's also a lot of um very unhinged ideas on here. So I've been getting notifications on this Discord for the past 4 days nonstop. And I don't have anything with audio on Discord. Obviously, you guys would be hearing the ding 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 dings if I did. But I see the little red notification of the at on that particular channel, and it is unhinged, but like I'm so wildly interested in it. All right. I never got any feedback on this, but I'm gonna take no feedback as good feedback. um. Anyway, so I am really invested in what that is and what it has to do with everything right now. What are you on? Oh, you're on a canvas. I don't think I want you on a canvas. Why am I not unable to click on you? Oh, because you're frozen. Oh, because you're over here. Wait, what? I missed it. Oh my god, Kalino. I've been on the screen for years. This one, where I was asking, if in the color, this isn't what the background is going to be. I wanted to be some sort of felt background, sort of like you would see in the card table at like a casino or something. Probably either green or red, in the background. This is what the card's going to look like in the website I'm going to use for this. Probably, most likely, it's between this and Tabletop Simulator, but Roll20 is probably a little easier to play around with. And I have to resize this so it looks better in the future, but oh yeah, I was asking you if it looked better with the border having something in the background, because it's not gonna. The one thing I can promise you, I don't know what color the background's gonna be, but the one thing I can promise you is it's not gonna be black and it's not gonna be white, um, nor is it just gonna be like a solid color like what we see in the sides, right? It's not gonna be like that down here. It's not gonna just be a black color. It's gonna have some texture to it. Again, ideally green or red green or red velvet, velvet. And that's approximately what it's gonna look like. It's actually gonna be on a different screen. This is a tiny screen that you guys are seeing this on. So it's actually probably gonna be a little bit smaller. I don't know. I still have to figure it out. I haven't made the overlay for this game yet. I don't actually know how big this is gonna be on my screen. My plan is to have it all up here. All of this is going to be where the cards are going to go, because it's going to be 6 cards, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 probably fit like this. And maybe I do like, no, hitting 5 or 6 is going to be so rare for me. And so I'm just going to have these cards up here as I draw them, and the rest of the overlay down here is going to be webcams. It's going to be my webcam and the Jenga webcam, I think. That's my plan. We'll see how it works out though. Because there's only 2 elements in this game, 3 elements. It's me rolling 1 or 2 d6. It's going to be having these cards, and it's going to be the Jenga tower. And myself, I guess. So there's not much need for this entire screen to be used up, because it's just going to be cards that I'm going to be shuffling back and forth. Anyways, that's what it's going to look like. That's the plan right now. And now I know how to do cards on cards on Roll20. I just have to see how sizes work in resizing them from here, because of Clip Studio, and I'm assuming in a lot of places, when you want to export to when you want to export the image, you can scale the ratio down, right? I can make this a ratio of 50, like half the size. And it'll tell me the pixels, and I could like specify the resolution and the output size and everything. So I could just do that myself. I don't need Roll20 to shrink it down for me. I just don't know what size, and honestly, I don't need to know the size right now. Because I'm just doing the art. We're just doing art today. I can always change some stuff around. Art can always be shrunk, and stuff like that. Okay. Do we want this to be more vibrant? Should it be more vibrant? No. Well, maybe. I feel like this suggests there's a lot of life in the world, and from what I'm reading in most of these, there's not a lot of good things out in the world. You really have to find the beauty in the hellscape. So like realistically, do I get any normal colors if I do this? Like that, maybe. This is probably easier if I did color balance first. It was just you? Okay. Make me panic, Kalino. Can't believe you would do this to me. Did I drop any frames? I did not drop any frames. Nope, it looks like that was just you. But I'm happy you're back. It would be easier if I just did this myself manually. Oh, I just had it. It's how the sky hasn't really changed any ounce of color. Oh, I need to turn off my night light. Ugh. Okay, there we go. I've turned it off. Um, it's probably better to be a brighter color, to be like that, to show the apocalypse. I don't hate the colors though. Even though this is much brighter than the colors they use, I'm not mad about it. We just need to show the disparity in what we draw as opposed or what we paint, I guess. Um the more saturation probably the better for us. So this one's a compass, right? What we're doing right now is a compass. Just make all of the canvas this color and then I will um add my blue. Oh, we'll add any background colors in the future. Um I need a battered but serviceable compass. So what are compasses look like? They're like this, right? They kind of look like compacts. Compass. Like I know what they look like in Minecraft, but like that's not what they mostly look like, right? And if it survived this long, I feel like it has to be like a hiking compass, right? Like a real compass, yeah. Let's do vintage and we'll do 80s. An 80s vintage compass. Um because this game takes place in I'm sorry, the world stopped in 1987-ish whenever Die Hard came out. So I need to make sure maybe like a military compass. Yeah, military compass. Here we go. Oh, they have a mirror in it. Interesting. So you could see it from whatever angle you're looking at, so you don't lose track of the direction you're walking in. I'm afraid to show this on stream, because all of this looks very innocent, but I'm afraid I'm gonna keep scrolling and I'm gonna see something bad that I'm not gonna have time to scroll away from, or I'm not gonna see it fast enough. All right, what I'm seeing is mostly like the green compass, like as a military green. Like this, right? Image in another tab. This gives us the anatomy of it. What else do I need? This is what we're going to use. All right, let me take a screenshot of this. A pole ring? Why do you need a pole ring on a compass? You know, over here I can have an image that shows me like that shows me stuff, so I don't have to put it straight on the canvas. But I'm gonna do it anyways. I'm sure there's a way for me to like put this outside on the canvas, but I don't know how to do it. So for right now, we're just gonna use this as our thingamajig. Push from this move button. D is okay. So we have our compass, right? We have like the main component of it. And do you guys know how the pull ring opens it? Oh. Have you guys ever held a compass and know how to use one? I've quite literally, I don't think I've ever seen a real life compass that like I could personally hold with my own hand. I've seen like the little shitty ones you can put in your car like back in the day in like water and shit, but I don't think I've ever held like a real compass. And if you gave me one, I would not be able to read it. This what I'm seeing right now. Like, what the fuck is this? What am I looking at? You have, oddly enough, being from Florida, Callan, I cannot be surprised. There was no oddly enough for you. Anything you say, I'll probably believe. It's wild enough out there that anything's possible. Like, anything's possible in fucking Florida. In Florida, Callan, I don't know what to tell you. A goniometer. Nice. I love a good goniometer. You have an estimator, a sight, a measuring ruler, a survey ruler, a reflector. I guess it's since it's military, it has to have more than one use. All right. All right. I need another. You're right though. I need to see what part's fatter. Is the bottom part fatter or the top part fatter? Okay, it's looking comparable. From side views, this looks comparable. Open the new tab. Oh, this is a shitty one, actually. That's like a fucking AliExpress ass looking one. You right, that's what I'm saying. Alright, here's our other image. I feel like it's comparable, but the bottom is definitely like more full than the top. The top has to account for. I wonder what the design. Oh, it's a measuring roller. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say I wonder what the design choice to have the compass be outside of the casing and therefore having to have a little cutout would be. But now I see. What's this? What's that little dial down there? Interesting. It's not the exact same type of model, but it is a model. Okay. That's what I'm looking at. Just so we're all clear, that's what I'm looking at. That's gonna be our reference material. What's my erase button in this game? Actually, let me just do this. Oh, I can't just do that. Actually, I forgot. My erase just simply has to be me painting more over this. Oh, I hate how it's a different tone. Why are you darker, bro? You guys can barely tell on stream, but I promise you it's a different color. I think it's because I was covering black up. I'm not changing anything, and yet the tone of the background is. I must be picking up some color. I don't mean to be picking up. Fuck it, it's this color now. What's this color? I don't know. But fuck it, it's this color now. Oh my god. I picked up my pen and it changed color. Like the color difference here is like the same color difference you get when you're like pressing on your skin and you see the blood um like leaving that area, and so your skin loses color because there's less blood going to that area. What we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do because this is starting to piss me off. I'm just simply going to boop you. I'm gonna come over here and we're just gonna start again. It's gonna paint the canvas. Our quote unquote canvas. And before I lose my mind, I'm just simply gonna look back. Oh, I never changed the fucking canvas. Because I got shocked by all the options I suddenly had. I did not like the first canvas choice. The original canvas. There we go. Okay. Okay, now we can go at it. I know it's military green, but I'm not gonna make it military green, if that makes sense. I know it's that color. That's not gonna look great in our background. All right, and what does this look like? What angle do I want to do this at? Like this? It's gonna have like the little hinge here. And that's gonna be attached to the rest of it, right? Something like this. And then like the inside's gonna have its thing. But like that just looked kind of like a weird clam, so we have to have it facing us. It has to go like this, I think. Something like that. A little bit larger though. Something like that. And then this goes like that. Has some sort of hinge here. See like our little peephole or our compass over here. Something like that, but we need like dimension, thickness. So we're gonna see it like that. Like this, because perspective is a thing. Um I think working with oil paint is gonna make me lose my fucking mind. Oh, it's randomized per stroke? Get the fuck out of here, randomized per stroke. So I'm trying to texture right now. We're not trying to texture shit. Just trying to sketch this in. And then from here, this has like, I mean, the rim, the outline is going to be our textured rim. And then in the middle, we're gonna have the actual compass. That's a little small. Something like that, I guess. There's no erasing in painting. We just paint over it. Um, then we have like our whatever. You know who I bet knows how to use a compass very well? I bet you Trooper knows how to use a compass very well. And then we're gonna have like our little hash marks or whatever down here. And then the like bigger numbers out here. My screen, like my stream flickered on OBS for a second there, and I thought everything was lost. It was not. I want to turn on my light so I can see a little bit better, but at the same time I don't. This actually reaches up to the top, so let me actually extend this out, up and out this way. Do that real quick. I bet you Prax also knows how to use a compass. Maybe I'm in the minority by not knowing how to use a compass and having never touched one. That's just very like city of me though, I guess. That's very metropolitan city of me. Even though I live in suburbs. Like I live in Houston, but like I live in the suburbs. Um in Houston. Hmm. We need to we need to draw this in such a way so I can distress it later. Make it look, because it is a working compass, but it is beaten and battered as described by the book. And it should be because, you know, it's over 200 years old at this point of the story. You know, believe it or not, I'm not actually a fan of apocalypse stories that are like active apocalypse stories anymore. Like the aftermath. Like the immediate aftermath of a apocalypse isn't my favorite thing in the world. Um I actually much prefer like far in the future after an apocalypse, society that has been, you know, what society looks like now in the future. Kind of like Fallout does. Kind of like The 100 did on the CW. Technically, it's also a book, but I don't know much about the book itself, admittedly. Um, oh, this is actually, oh, interesting. The numbers are actually not connected to the outside of this circle. It's actually connected to, it's just on the glass itself, or the plastic, I guess. But yeah, I couldn't. If you gave me a compass, I could never fucking figure out how to use it. I'm sure they're not difficult to figure out, but let me tell you right now, um, I just like it's gonna require some special circumstances for me to find myself in a position where I'm gonna be using a position to be using a compass. I'm not an outdoorsy gal for the most part. I don't really know the occasion in which I'm gonna need one or be handed one in an effort to have me use it. I can move this up, make it a little bit smaller. I want it to be the main idea, but I don't want it to be here, right? I want it to be like off here. Not gonna lie, it looks a little bit like a kitchen timer right now. But we'll figure it out. We'll work with it. I think ideally I want to get rid of the description box. Maybe I just keep the words there so I know where I need to work, the lines in which I need to work in. This is all the stuff that was hidden under the description box that I recognized every time I came around here that I actually hadn't touched it. Um, but I tried to. I just didn't have anything here. It's just whatever. That could be the part that's like destroyed. Any mistakes is just distress, you know? You know, guys? I need to have like I think the weathering is gonna be just like discoloration everywhere. You know, so this is actually the side that's a little bit thicker, a little bit longer, actually, despite what I have drawn. The part with the like little knobby thing in the front. Sorry, my brain is thinking real quick. I'm just trying to just try and figure some stuff out logistically how third and things are going to be looking from this perspective because I don't do art exercises to try and like improve myself. You guys are watching me exercise art. I'm also trying to think like how to break certain things, look a little more distressed. Even though this is a part you're not really going to be able to see based off of where the description is, the words are. What am I listening to? What album am I listening to? What is this? Where am I? Oh, this is my daily mix? Oh, interesting. No wonder I don't really know the music on it. Let's listen to the Stanley mix. Let's see how that vibes. A little more indie. Minus Maggie Roberts. Could have been a little bit brighter, this blue. I shouldn't have shied away from making it brighter. There's something about that particular blue that I really don't vibe with. This one just really gives me like, I don't know what kind of vibes. I'm gonna make this the battered look. I'm paying a lot of attention down here, but it's because it's a lot of stuff that I need to deal with up top. And I can make mistakes down here, more than I can make mistakes up top. Why the middle? Why did I just never do the middle here? Hello? And you know what? I'll also eat into this corner and pretend that that got battered down here. Oh, this is where I'm gonna have to figure out how to perspective. It's gonna be okay. So I'm doing this angle, so I need to come from that angle. All right, and then we grab this and go, whoop, and then we grab that and we go. Whoop. I think that's how your perspective. Hmm. Maybe that's not how you perspective actually. It needs to come down. This is our perspective. Okay, I'm going in this way. I'm going in this way. Then I come in this way. You guys ever just decide to try to learn how to do perspective IRL in person as you need it? Same. Couldn't be me. Make this like a not a darker blue. This is cut off, but I also need to demonstrate that it's 3D here despite being eaten up. Right. Something like that, right? Show the chewed offness. Alright, let me go back over the rest of this compass again. This time with the new and improved fucking blue. Colin sent me a tweet, a TikTok yesterday, today, one of these days. I don't know. I batch check my TikToks, so I don't actually know when they get sent. Um, and one of the ones Callan sent me was about um people showing up to their workplace and being asked what their favorite tag was. It was a tag? Was it? I don't remember if it was a tag or an ad lib that they said. And it was just all. It was pretty much a majority just white people, just being saying their favorite tags, and they were all solid picks. Actually, all of them were solid picks. Like it was just like the little John Leggy, yeah. Um, there was there's the classic ad lib, ad lib. I had just recently watched a video before he sent me that about this female DJ who was trying to figure out what to make her producer tag as. I think that's what got stuck in my mind. It was her doing like an interview, I think. And she wanted her tag to be her mom asking her or telling her that dinner's ready. Um and it was so funny because everyone in the comments was just like, and it's like, no, 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 no. Actually, no, that would cook. because like after you hit that, that would mean you like ate, like you're about to eat it up. It's very funny. Um, but yeah, it was really funny. But I've been like thinking, like, what's my favorite ad lib? And I think I don't know if you would consider it an ad lib though, is the issue. But I think one of my favorites is from Wiz I almost said Waka Flocka. Can you imagine? Wiz Khalifa's Black and Yellow. Like right at the beginning of Black and Yellow. But they say it every time, so I don't know if you would consider that an ad lib. I'm not like Little John is also a favorite one of mine. There's Black and Yellow. Like the you know what it is, like that part, you know? Like but I think that's just part of the song. But it also kind of feels like an ad lib. Maybe that's what Black and Yellow was so popular. It's like just an ad lib song. Because that's pretty much the entire song, right? It's like, you know what it is. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow the entire fucking time. Hmm. Hmm. Tyler the Creator has a song called Are We Still Friends? What were the memes on this after his friend tried to fuck him on TV? What was this had to be hella memes, right? Hold on, I need to read these lyrics. They had to be through the fucking roof, right? The Are We Still Friends meme? They're like, no shot. No shot, no one did that. This. I think I fucked with this a little too much, but like, we're here now. We're here now, and I have to commit, you know? I don't know why Black and Yellow was the first thing that came to my mind. It wasn't even. I thought it was gonna be fucking Meg the Stallions. I thought that was gonna be my fave thing, but immediately my brain was like, wait a second, Black and Yellow. Anyways, not that I don't think you would consider that an ad lib. I went to listen to the song and be like, what are they fucking saying in this song? Block of music. Alpaca is doing all right in his life. He kind of just dipped and just went to live his life, which like respect. Why do Waka Flock? Every single one of his covers looks like he made it. Like this looks. Every single one of these covers looks like a cover I would have gotten on the CD in the parking lot from somebody trying to make a name for themselves. Until he went with like the like horror movie look. Hold on, I'm just gonna go through it again and make sure there's nothing wildly inappropriate on these. a lot going on them, so you have to forgive me that it's taking time. But, like, what was the last time you guys looked at Waka Flocka's covers? Like, look at these album covers, and you tell me right now that you wouldn't have gotten this one handed to you in the 2000s by some guy trying to give you, like, not even selling you their mixtape, giving you their mixtape. Straight up begging you to listen to their music. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is I don't think I've ever looked at a Waka Flocka album cover until right now. And if I had, I don't think I would have believed you that it was a Waka Flocka cover. Well, that's the kind of asshole he was, though. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. We're making the compass, or at least trying to. I'm allowed to get distracted today. I'm sick. I don't feel great. I'm just trying to vibe. And we're also trying to figure out, like, how fucking oil paints work in this. Um, what do you call it, right? Yeah, let me do the full circle, and then I can cover it up with a lighter blue. I can just move the fucking tablet. What am I doing? I can also move the canvas. Actually, that's probably easier. Hold on. Everyone hold your holsters. We're turning around. One of my weekend projects, if I feel better, hopefully I will. God, I hope by the weekend I feel better. Holy shit. Um, I want to set up a randomizer. Um, somehow on probably Nightbot. Maybe mix it up. Maybe mix it up could do it. Actually, probably mix it up. Where I put all the Pokemon, like I 1 through like 2000 or whatever we're at now, and have their names on it also. And then when you click a channel point redeem, it will choose a specific Pokemon. It'll choose a Pokemon, and we'll have to go look at it. For a second there, I thought that my controls were also flipped upside down, but they weren't. I also need to remember to check my subscriptions on Twitch and make sure I'm still subscribed to everybody I want to be subscribed to. Which, granted, not a lot of people, but I am subbed to some people. Hope you guys are doing well today. Hope you guys aren't sick. And you've escaped the fucking eclipse illness. I didn't feel great earlier today, right? I was so mad earlier. Because I didn't get myself sick. I'm not the one who contaminated the household with this illness. It was like getting really aggro at the thought of the person who did get me sick. Big how fucking dare you get me sick this week? Of all weeks, this one? What is my amount to paint in the 60s? I kind of like how that stretches out there. Sorry, I'm playing with these colors a little bit. I'm trying to see how they mix based off of like the amount of paint I have on my on my metaphorical brush essentially, and how the color stretch works. Because in theory, I could just let that do the work for mixing the colors, and I'm not going to have to do much about it. The side that's going to be shinier. This one's the one that's going to have to be a little darker. And I forgot to do my thing. Let me just do it real quick. There we go. Now that works. Sounds like this was premeditated. JK, JK. I'm sorry you got sick this week, though. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, you only turn whatever age I'm turning this year once. Even though I'm not planning anything special, that doesn't mean. Like, if I don't feel awful tomorrow, I'll probably be streaming. That's probably like the biggest thing I'm doing. I had plans to try and plan something for like a birthday stream, but I just simply don't have like a fancy enough or strong enough following to do super crazy things. You never plan a crazy amount. I'm gonna just fill this in while I'm here before I forget. Sounds like it was premeditated. JK, JK. I know, considering I get sick, maybe like cold sick, maybe once or twice a year, usually in the wintertime. I'm just like, I could not believe. And then I remembered the eclipse happened, and I was like, you motherfuckers. Nothing even happened in Texas. Or at least in my area, it was overcast all day. It just looked like it was gonna start raining. That's all they have in here. make more certain moves. That's something they always tell you in like tutorials or beginner tutorials of drawing, painting, to just be sure in your strokes and your movements with the pen. Um, that's the advice I need to heed to. I do really want to watch the Fallout TV show. I've only seen and heard good things about it. I'm like, I have Prime. I might as well, might as well make use of watching it. And I like the actress. I liked her work on Yellow Jackets, even though she wasn't really on it for very long. I guess spoiler alerts. We're gonna pretend that it's wonky, and not completely circular, simply because it was melted in the sun or radiation or whatever. Sorry, I started thinking again. Just in my head though, not allowed. My bad. My B. It's a terrible habit of mine where I just sit here and I think. I get like really in the. I don't get in the zone necessarily. Like I'm not thinking about what I'm doing. My brain is elsewhere. My brain latches onto a thought and then it drifts off. I'm trying to think about the shadow. I need to sorry, I need to speak aloud. I'm trying to think about how to do the how to break up just this very very blue expanse down here. Hmm. So there's like a little bubble thing over here, but that's not really going to be anything. Hold on, I need to like look at something real quick, like a real thing. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at need something with a design on it. Okay, let's use this for an example. I'm looking at this. It's like this. The stuff closest to me looks smaller, and the stuff farther away from me looks bigger. Okay. Because it's just a shell, yeah. Well, like we already have this part a little fucked up, but I can continue to fuck up this part. Also, like remove this. You think? Or like a part of the actual compass. In the wise words of the Blender subreddit, imperfections create perfection. True. Mm, I don't see this though. I don't see the inside. I'm looking at it from over here. Yeah, I'm not gonna see that really. Like I'll see it, but I'm not gonna see it, if that makes sense. Like from perspective wise, I'm not really gonna see this angle. Like I'll know it's fucked, but I'm not gonna see exactly how it's fucked. I'll just see it's misshapen. Okay. The Blender subreddit. I've learned a lot of people in my life apparently frequent Reddit recently. I'm not a Reddit person. I'm never really over there. I don't have a real desire to be over there either, TBH with you. But unless like I need something, then that's when you'll find me over in the subreddit looking for some stuff. And like, how do I fix this? But I do not frequent it. But I've recently discovered that I have friends who do in fact frequent it on a very like that is like their TikTok essentially. Even though they also have a TikTok, they will also go onto Reddit and check things out. Like a morning newspaper, I have to imagine. And to me, that's wild. But like to each their own. I'm gonna show like a like a warp on these. No, it's fine. I'm gonna move that. Okay, good. It looked like it for a second, and then like I moved shit. And I was like, oh no. When I was younger, like when the Reddit app was just becoming a thing, I used to use like an independent Reddit app, and that's when I like frequented Reddit. Uh, And like I technically I still have the Reddit app on my phone. Um, just because my God, opening Reddit links on your phone when you don't have the app is quite genuinely one of the most obnoxious things in the world. Reddit is like, hey, do you wanna use our app to open this, or like would you like to continue what you're doing? And I'm like, I would just simply like to go to where my stuff is. If you don't mind, just real quick, let me just scooch on by. And they're like, all right, okay, but like if you really want to, you could just get our app and make everything easier. But spoiler alert, does not. In fact, it's very annoying to also use their app to open links. I promise I'm not going to put this much attention to like everything I make, but I do need to set a standard for myself of what I expect to see. Um, and I use this. I only use it for Blender stuff. Yeah, I can 100% see that. Perspective goes crazy though. You guys ever just get like wild parent lore just randomly out of nowhere? I was talking to my mom the other day. We are just hanging out, and she starts. We're talking about music, and I'm like being like, 'cause she was telling me about how she didn't like a certain artist, Peso Pluma, and to be specific. And I was just like, I don't like go hard for Peso Pluma, but like I do see like what he is doing for the community in the music industry as a whole. Like he headlined Coachella this year, which is huge. Becky G did it last year. Uh, and we were talking about it, and I'm just like, come on, everyone makes like fucking shitty music that talks about like fucking and shit. Not in those words particular, because I like my life, but um, that was the spirit of basically what I was saying, right? And then she tells me, she told me a lot of wild things that night, but she told me, so my mom worked, my mom is from Mexico, and she's the second oldest out of 11. So she started working at a very young age, and dropped out of school to work. And one of the places she was working when she got older, and that just means that like she worked a lot of odd jobs, including cleaning, being like a cleaning lady on top of other things. And because it makes good fucking money. I don't know if you guys know this. That shit makes great money. But she told me that her boss, she worked at a, I think she worked at a shoe store, I think is what she told me. And in the shoe store, her boss knew, like, had a brother, I think, who was like in the entertainment business. So he knew a lot of big names, and so they wanted to visit his brother. They would like go visit the store. So my mom would see like a lot of famous Mexican artists and like um baseball players. Baseball is very large in Mexico. If you're not aware, and soccer players. I almost said football, but you know, um, and also musicians would like come in, right? And she told me that one of the musicians had like a manager or something, or like someone who worked for him who came by and needed someone to like clean for him, to clean his trailer and shit. And it was like good money. It was like $20 for like the hour it was gonna take. It's just $20 in like 1980, maybe 70, somewhere around there. Probably 70, 1970s. So that's a good chunk of change for like an hour of work. And so obviously my mom was gonna do that shit. And one day when she's like, because she comes with her stuff to clean, and then like cleans the trailer out and then calls it a day, right? Um, and my mom at the time, she was crossing the border to come over here to work, because we're from a border town. My family, um, in general, has always lived near the border. A like extended family. And you could just back in the day, you used to be able to just cross the border kind of willy nilly with no problem. Um, I mean, there was problems, but like no one really cared that much. Not the people who were working, unless you were being like a little shit. In that case, they had to do their job. But it's not like today where it's so hostile. Um, and so she was cleaning this guy's trailer, and all of a sudden, she hears people yelling outside the trailer. And then they bust into the trailer, and it's the fucking like police. It's like SWAT. It's like not even just normal police. It's just straight up SWAT. Um, rolled in and like is pointing like their rifles at her, and they're like, telling her cop things. And like she doesn't speak English very well, so she's not really understanding them, and they're like freaking out. And then like take her outside of the trailer, and she like talks to people in Spanish, and they're like, it's like, show us where the drugs are, show us where the drugs are. And she's like, I don't know what you're talking about, because she doesn't, right? um and like when you work for a person who is in certain businesses, like you know what's happening, but you're not involved in that shit, right? But also my mom's not a snitch. This man's paying her $20 for an hour of work. My mama ain't snitching. Um, and she's like, I don't know, like no one's been here. It's just me. Um, it's just like I come here once a week and I clean his trailer and that's it. That's our relationship with this guy and um all while they're like freaking out trying to figure out like where this individual is and like whatever they're trying to bust them in. And so they, interrogate my mom, figure out she's not, part of whatever the fuck that guy's into. And then they deport her or like they kick her out, right? She's pissed because like she had gone to the store earlier and she had like um stuff she had bought still at the still inside the trailer that they didn't grab for her. So like her purse and like all her affects were still in the trailer and she was so pissed about it. And she never went back um to that job. I had to work with him. So she doesn't know if he ever got caught, but she stopped working for him. I feel for understandable reasons. She just drops that story randomly when we're talking about like famous people, and she's like, "Oh, I've met some famous people before," and I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "Yeah, I used to work at this shoe store," and I'm like, "That doesn't explain much." But go ahead. I'm always here for random parent lore, and yeah. So she was pissed about her stuff getting left in that trailer, never seen again. She had bought like a something for herself, and that was like her number one emotion about the situation, as opposed to like the shit that the guy was getting into. But like I said, once you know, not officially, not on paper, but like you know what's happening. So it's like she wasn't shocked about it. She just was unhappy about it. There's too much black on this, and I don't know what to do. Maybe if I could make like a slightly darker color. It feels off-brand. What if I go back to the original? Is this the original color? Oh, what are the chances? It's almost a perfect color match. Yeah, random parent work goes fucking hard sometimes, and it just comes out of fucking nowhere for no particular reason. My mom randomly dropped the Angela Bassett story on me one day, and it randomly comes up to this day now. Parent lore do be good, yeah. It just makes me think that like I have zero lore, you know. I don't think like I went to go see Maya Angelou once, but like when she was like doing a presentation or like she came to speak um to the to my city to speak, and we went to listen to her speak. And I have never met or been around a celebrity or someone who is a celebrity or became a celebrity. To my knowledge, no one I knew has become famous in any capacity. I knew a couple of people who went to go work for NASA, but I don't think they work at NASA anymore. They've had a lot of layoffs over there the past decade. It's okay. I have no lore either. Yeah. I'm just like trying to think if there's anything of like interest that I can drop. I met the Heinz chairman, Heinz CEO once, like the ketchup Heinz guy. That's because my one of my leadership teachers in college knew them. I fear that my lore is gonna have to come later in life. Yeah, and you're not dropping your kidnap stories on your nieces and nephews. No, 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 no. I don't think I know anything or anyone or anything of real interest. Like I've done interesting things, but like nothing I would like tell my nothing I would tell the youngins about for like lore. I feel I feel like the good stuff is gonna happen in your 30s, yeah. I'm not off to the strongest start. I guess we lived through COVID, but like that wasn't like I didn't my lifestyle didn't change much with COVID. Um I I I have OCD and my OCD and I've had it since college. I love college and I developed this OCD. That is oh, what is it called? It is contamination OCD is what it's called. And it's the belief that um touching things, certain triggers, um are going to contaminate if I touch them or they touch anything that's supposed to be clean is going to become contaminated. You developed social anxiety. COVID did nothing for me with that. Oh my gosh, Phoebe. Hello, hi. Totally do this too. And so, it was something I developed again after I left college. But like I already like obsessively clean my hands. I wash my hands. If I touch something that's quote unquote contaminated. It doesn't have to be consent. Like, here's the thing about OCD. It doesn't have to be true. And there's nothing in particular I'm scared of getting contaminated with. It's just the act of it being contaminated and it touching me or being ingested by me or anything like that. That is the obsessiveness to disinfect it, to clean it, to remove it from my vicinity. Um, Okay. You bought like a coffee or a smoothie, some sort of drink, right? And you're about your business. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll wait for the rest of your story as I continue to tell mine. Um, but like anything that I knew, like just knowing that other people are gonna touch it or have touched it, um, is very bad for me because I just what you need to imagine to relate to this feeling is the understanding of how germs are shared and the understanding like the ick you get from touching anything inside a bathroom, a public restroom, like door handles, the faucets, the thing opening the door to the bathroom, closing it, the especially the flusher touching it where you flush. um like the ick you get from that, the like icky feeling and needing to wash your hands afterwards. God, I hope some of you guys feel that way. Because let me tell you, it did nothing for my contamination OCD when I learned that a lot of guys don't wash their hands after going to the bathroom. Did absolutely nothing for me. Um, and nothing for my recovery. Someone in your line of sight or you hear someone cough, does it instantly ruin your drink? It can, yeah. Um, I will I don't go out in public very often or put myself in situations where that happens very often. But if it did happen, it would. But I have to like push through it. Here's the thing about having an OCD. You don't want to have this obsessive compulsive compulsion. Um, and it really is generally debilitating to do things. Um, so when I go outside and have to function out in public, um pre and pre-COVID, and then quote unquote post COVID. I kind of almost have to like remove myself from my own body um to understand and accept the fact that I everything I am touching is not clean. I am touching somebody else's germs, someone else has contaminated the area, and I'm going to have to deal with that fact. And I just have to be conscientious of not touching any of my orifices, my eyes, my nose, my mouth, my face, anything that I want to keep clean, because I think it will contaminate me otherwise. Again, contamination, nothing in particular. Again, I'm not like agoraphobic in the way where like I am afraid I'm going to die from a disease. No. Contamination is it all. That is it. It is just the fear of contamination. Nothing else. I'm not afraid of getting sick. I'm not afraid of dying. Um, the contamination is the boogeyman, essentially. Um, and so yeah, I just simply have to like almost dissociate to get through certain situations. Especially places that are like male dominated spaces. Like when one of our cars broke, um I was the only one who could drive the car to go to different junkyards. Sorry, I'm trying to remember the words in English. Junkyards to find the piece we needed for our car and call around and stuff like that. Um, and going into those buildings, it's just covered in grime everywhere. What is a grime? I don't know. I don't care to know. It's just everything is covered in grime. And I'm already freaking out about like a safe space not being, because we were borrowing a car to do this stuff, because our steering wheel was fucked, so we couldn't get it. But yeah, I hate it. I don't like touching door handles with my hands. I don't like um how I open a lot of doors is I put my hand in my right pocket and I open it like that. And so like I can never touch the outside of my uh the right side of my pocket on my pants or whatever, because that's dirty, that's contaminated by what doesn't matter. Um it's realistically it's nothing. Nothing is wrong. Nothing is bad. I need you to know logically I understand. Logically I understand it makes no sense. Um I feel like it makes more sense to people post COVID, because you had to be very aware of everything and everyone around you. From because I don't like people coughing around me or sneezing or anything like that. It genuinely ruins my day. Um I feel like I would punch someone if someone sneezed, like, those shitty people who are like sneezing on people and like coughing in their faces if they wore masks. I genuinely don't think I could stop myself from punching someone in the face if they did that to me. Um, because too many feelings would be mixed in the moment, and I don't think I could shove reasonability um into my brain fast enough to stop myself from turning around and decking someone who did that to me, or decking someone in front of me. If you were looking at me in the eye and you do that to me, um, God, may God save your soul. Um, Thankfully, it's never happened to me, but by God, I hope it never does, because I'm not responsible for what happened to that individual. Um, but yeah, so like I have my safe space. Like my room is a safe space, right? Anything in here, any like icky things in here, or like things that could be contaminated, have already like come in here. They've been cleaned, they've been decontaminated, and any contamination that like could build up is fine, because it's my contamination. Again, contamination, just a word, it's nothing. I replace contamination with whatever, the flu, COVID, shit, like whatever, it doesn't matter. contamination is anything and everything. That's where the fear lies. The unknown. And it was like I said, I've been dealing with it since college. I left college because my here's the thing about being in the music program. We have recitals that we have to do every semester. And we have concerts we do every semester. And we have certain extra special recitals that you have to do depending on like what year in year you're in your degree, and then you have to do like a super special like hour-long recital by yourself um that you can't like reschedule, and it's very important for your grade. And because of that, you if you're sick during a certain part of the year, you are ostracized essentially from whatever's happening because you can't get anybody sick because you quite literally would ruin everything they've been working for the past year essentially for a lot of them. Some people longer, some people were working on their stuff earlier than that. um so I became super aware of when I was like feeling ill or whatever. I was super aware of everything I was touching. When I coughed, how I was coughing, and everything. I became super aware of every ounce of everything that was happening when I was sick or feeling ill. Because I don't get sick very often. Even in college, I didn't. But also, I was aware when I was around other people who were sick because you can carry germs, right? I understand germ theory. Um, and because of that, overcautiousness by by the department and literally everyone inside of it. It was not like one person telling me to not get anybody sick. This was like everyone fearing for their lives because it's something we all had to do essentially. And so I became hyper aware of all of those things, and it's one of the things that I say I didn't get a lot out of college. College was quite genuinely a terrible experience for me. But one of the things I did get out of college is contamination OCD. And even worse, depression. And so, when I got home, I was hella aware of how people would touch things when they were sick. And then I became extra aware of how people would touch things after they went to the bathroom. I then became very aware of how long people wash their hands for. Because in my household, my room is right next to the bathroom, so I can, and the pipes run along the wall I'm on the computer on, so I can hear the water running through the pipes if someone's taking a shower, someone washing their hands, etc. So I'm hyper aware of how long people have washed their hands for. Um, and knowing that, I mean, we all know. Again, a lot of these things are little easier to understand post COVID. But we all know how long you're supposed to wash your hands now, in order to make sure if you have COVID on your hands, you're washing it off. Um, all of that was knowledge I already had. And I became super aware of all of that stuff. And it kind of escalated from there, until the point where I, was washing my hands for several minutes, because I couldn't get like the bad feeling off of my hands, the dirtiness, the contamination, um, which let me tell you, hellish on a water bill. Um, and then I was getting better because our home got flooded during Hurricane Harvey in 2017, and being one of the being like kind of the able-bodied one of the household, I was one of the people who had to do like demo. One of the people who like could last the longest doing demo work around the house, and obviously flood water is not clean water. It's better if you don't think what's in the water. Truly, it's that kind of vibe, and I had to like I had to step up, you know. Um, but it was really not easy to do so. Um, but you know, we got through it. I got through it. Dissociating, hell of a drug. Um, and then, but like because of that experience and just being kind of almost too tired a lot of the time to like panic, um, because you know I would work myself until like till exhaustion because we couldn't stay in the house. We were staying with family, um, and we couldn't stay in our home until the lights came back, the power came back, and we needed to make sure that our house was ready for power to come back. Make sure you know nothing was waterlogged, and we mostly wanted to make sure all the. If you guys have never, I'm assuming almost all of you have probably never had to do demo, um, when your house has been completely flooded. Um, we had about 2 feet of water in the house during the hurricane from the marks it left. And so, how demo works is you get rid of the flooring. If you had like tile that got destroyed because the water can get under the tile and like uproot it, you remove that. If you had carpet, you have to remove that. Um, and then once you deal with the floor, you have to clean the floor. You have to like mop it up because there's still water inside your house is not completely flat. There are divots in places, so you have to make sure to soak up all the water. Um, and while you're ripping out the floor, you had to take out all the furniture. So you have to take out all the furniture, anything that was on the floor, or that got hit by the water, you have to throw out. And then after that, you have to pick up the floor. And then after you undo the floor, you have access to the walls now. So you're gonna box up anything you had now. This is like the you have to put everything into storage now. Um, because you're gonna gut the house essentially. It does, we only had to take out the first 4 feet of the sheetrock in our house, thankfully, because um any higher we would have had to take out all the sheetrock in the house. But because luckily we only got 2 feet in the house, we only had 2 feet of sheetrock. Um, and or we only had to take out 4 feet of sheetrock. Um, and so we you do that, then you got the sheetrock. Again, we took out about 4 feet of sheetrock. And you have to do that pretty quick. Um, like everything is still wet. You're not waiting for your house to get dry. You're doing everything while it's wet, so everything is heavier, everything is mushy, everything kind of like sheetrock just crumbles in your hands when it's still wet. Like we let it dry for a little bit because we had to wait for the water to recede. But you kind of have to get there in there quick because the humidity and the water, the heat will simply everything will just start evaporating and it'll evaporate into your stuff, and then that stuff becomes unusable, so you have to like get in there quick while everything is still mushy, otherwise everything gets ruined. um and if you have carpet, you have to remove the carpet, which is still dripping wet. And then you have to mop under, and then you have to take out the sponge also under the carpet, and then you also have to mop up under the carpet, which is the worst. So like carpet, if you're in the hurricane zone, don't have carpet, use tile. um it's just going to be better for you in the long run if you ever get flooded, if you're in the flood zone, obviously. If you're in the flood zone in general, don't have carpet. It is a nightmare to remove. And good luck fucking finding anybody during a flood or a hurricane to come like a service to do it for you, because you're not gonna. And so um yeah, so then you remove the sheetrock, and then you have a pretty much gutted house, and that's when you want to start drying the house out. That's when you want to bring in your huge fans inside the house, and hopefully you have power at this point. And you've examined the wiring, the plumbing, you've seen if anything got fucked, if anything didn't get fucked. Um, Especially the wiring. We had a couple of outlets. Most of our outlets were fine. What wasn't fine were our cable outlets. That's what got fucked, and we ended up replacing those in the future because it wasn't like a hazard. We did eventually have to change one of our outlets. It was actually kind of a scary affair after the fact. Um, you have to wait for everything to dry out, like dry as a fucking bone, dry inside the house. Otherwise, again, the number one, aside from it all getting into your shit, the number one thing that ruins your stuff is mold. Mold will ruin everything you own. So you have to make sure to remove everything from the house, and and try to demolish everything fast enough so you could, you know, not deal with the mold issue. So you want to get your big ass fans, every window is open, um every single window is open, trying to get the air through. There's some things you can buy for like smaller rooms that will soak up the water in the air. Um, and then once everything's bone dry, and again, this is like on your hands and knees begging that the power has will be able to come on. Because otherwise you can't get these fans and you have to wait for the world to do it naturally. Um, you then have to then it's rebuilding time, right? After everything is bone dry, it is rebuilding. Um, and hopefully by this time you're able to look like again. I'm gonna act like this is broken. And I'm just gonna have a little bit over here. And so that's like, and then you like repair, and that's when you start, like, you go in, you do your, the flooring hopefully gets done first. If you have to redo your flooring, you know, pray to God you don't have to. Um, and then you do the sheetrock and replace, and the insulation. Obviously, also, insulation is the worst thing to remove. Sheetrock is easy, the insulation sucks. The insulation, the carpet, and the sponge under the carpet are the worst things to remove during a flood. But yeah, so that's all the things I had to be handling, right? Um, Everything that is still ripe with floodwaters, and I was the only one that could like handle it, like handle the workload for that long. It's not from desire, or lack of desire from other people. It's just the lack of like physical ability to do so. Um, So I was the one who had to do a lot of that work. And again, like just Like that is a worse nightmare, essentially. But you have to do what you have to do, you know? It's not like you get much of a choice in the matter. Natural disasters are gonna happen, and when you ain't got the money to fix it all, you gotta get in there, hands and knees, and clean everything up. But and so that like kind of forced me to be a little bit better. But then like once I like got back out of the headspace of sink or swim of like, um that's when it got hard again. But it was a little bit easier because it was like you've already done this, you can deal with this. You didn't die, nothing bad happened. When you were handling all these contaminated things, you can do this small thing or whatever that I'm struggling to do at that point in time. And um I never really worked for a while. But again, that was 2017 that hurricane came through, I believe, right? Let me see. Hurricane Harvey. What year was that? Yep, September 2nd. It was uh August 17th, 2017. We spent probably, let me see. Astros baseball team. World Series 2017. We probably spent like 3, 4 months in a demolished house, essentially, like a deconstructed house. It was down to the studs as we were waiting because you have the other thing is that you have to wait for your insurance if you don't have savings. You have to wait for insurance or FEMA or Red Cross or whatever to get you money, and it's just running around to do a lot of that too. We didn't have flood insurance, so we had to uh sign up for so many things. So I use LastPass and I use a very complicated um a very complicated and complex um password specifically so so it's very secure. And I it's like a very and it's also very long. In fact, I have it physically on me. So if I need to like access anything, I could just go into my LastPass from wherever and log into things. And I had my laptop at the time, but because I was on different Wi-Fi's, I still had like constantly different Wi-Fi's. I had to constantly be re-upping my LastPass password. And I basically memorized the damn thing from how often I did stuff with it. Okay, I feel like I've done everything but the actual compass itself. Um, and so and so I yeah, you just have to sign up for a lot of stuff. So you have to wait a long time to repair your whole house. And honestly, there's still a lot of things that aren't repaired in the house, even this many years later. Because shit's expensive, and shit got really expensive then also. So like 2018 was a wash for me because it was all just house things, and having to do things. And it wasn't until 2019 where like the healing could happen, and like I was able to find like be able to relax in my own home, right? I had a lot of furniture back. Um, and I was able to like use my money for other things outside of helping fix the house. Um, like, cause all my savings went with that too, right? Like, this house I wasn't gonna leave the house high and dry. If I had the money, I was gonna spend it to help the house out. So like 2019 was finally gonna be like a healing year. That was like my gap year in my life, essentially, is what it was meant to be. It was going to be a year where I was able to recenter myself, reprioritize, and then get back to the grind of life, right? But then I don't know if you guys remember this little thing that happened in 2020, which was the year that I was gonna, 2020 was gonna be a good year. 2020 was gonna be the year that I was gonna like get back to it. Um I had a lot of job prospects at the time from like a new career I wanted to try out. And yeah, then that all came to a halt, as I'm sure you're all aware. Some interesting things happened in the real world that made things a little more difficult to deal with. Um, I don't think I want to do just a normal white. I do like a grimy color. Not too close to what the color of this is going to be. Um, and then that put a halt to a lot of the things because a lot of jobs that I was looking for were entry level, um, and weren't work from home, right? And then COVID, but like I was getting better because like again I had like recentered myself. I was back in the place in my life where I felt comfortable. I don't think I like this color, but we have to try it out. Um, on more than just a little piece of this for me to really make my decision. Okay, I have Control Z ready to go when I zoom out and I hate it. Um, like my contamination OCD was getting a lot better because again I had taken like the year to really like chill. It's very SpongeBob-esque colors. Um, and then but it was COVID that happened, right? And everyone was yelling at you to do the things that I was doing anyways. Wash your hands for a really long time. Avoid being close to people. Make sure to wash your hands after everything. If you touch, a door handle, make sure to, use Germex or whatever it's called, hand sanitizer. That's what it's called. Um, like don't if you're gonna cough, don't cough out in the open or sneeze out in the open. Cover your mouth. Wear a mask. I didn't wear a mask, but that was an ingenious idea. Thank God I didn't know of that before. Otherwise, oh boy. Um, you know, if decontaminate everything that's coming in and out of your house, right? Um, make sure to decontaminate all your clothing, right? Because it's airborne and it could be in your clothes. All those things, everything they were telling you during COVID, to do to protect yourself, well, things I was already doing, baby. Those were my bread and butter. And it was the stuff I was trying to heal from. And then the world was just like, no, 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 these are all the right decisions you had been making before. And I was just like, my brain was just like, see, even the smart people on the CDC are telling you this is what you're supposed to be doing. I don't know why you want to stop. Um, And so it's been just another fight to be better about it now. Because um I'm getting there. It's just not easy to get over that sort of thing. But yeah, that's COVID just made all of that worse. Just like set all of my like progression in all the work I had done to get better about it worse because I was being validated, you know? That's probably the worst thing that could have happened for my healing process, for my recovery process, I should say. I was like, damn. But yeah, I'm extra sensitive about like everything. Um, about like people around me, what they do. I'm a little better about it in public, but I'm a little bit of a nightmare about it at home. Because everything at home is supposed to be like clean. And if it's not, I'm just like, then what's happening? What are we doing? If this is not clean, if the safe space isn't clean, what's happening? So like, yeah, so I'm a moral of the story. Nothing changed for me when COVID happened. Because I was already very neurotic about being uncontaminated, and everything that they were telling me to do were things I already did. Um, due to my OCD. Um, so it's not like I have an interesting story about COVID either, unless we want to discuss what OCD means to the children. Hmm. What's up? How are you doing? Good to see that your sub still works. I found out earlier today, right before I went live. Actually, I opened up Twitter and it was the very first thing I saw. Um, there's a issue apparently right now on Twitch where Twitch is unfollowing some people or unsubscribing to some people, or people out of subscribing to people. Apparently, it's some like payment issue. Like their payment provider fucked something up. So if it's up to some people, make sure to check those subs. Hi. It's going well. We're right now. I'm taking my sweet old time doing this. A, because I'm sick. I feel worse than yesterday. Yesterday I felt fine. It was just a cough that was like really fucking me up. And then at near the end, I was tired. I was sleepy. And I just really wanted to end. Because I was like hot. I was humid. I was gonna take a shower after stream, but it was too late by the time I finished streaming. So all I wanted to do is just get into some cool air, turn off the computers, and stop making my room into a sauna. Um, so it was like uncomfortable near the end of the stream. but today my body doesn't feel great. Um, so I'm doing all right, except for the part where I'm more sick than I was yesterday. Right now we're making our compass. We have a battered but serviceable compass. As you can see, I'm avoiding working on the actual compass part. Um, although I am now trying to figure out what color to make the inside. Because this is a 200-year-old compass, military compass, and obviously it's blue, not not a normal color, but that's kind of the point. I want this to be um not everything to be normal colors, almost inverted is what I want things to look like sometimes. I just want it to be stylized. My goal is that we're making stylized art right now. So I'm trying to decide what the inside of this is going to look like and what it would look like in a post-apocalyptic world and would fit in this color scheme of just making things very bright, vibrant, and contrasty. Although I guess I'm gonna make the rubber bands or whatever um an interesting color. I could instead of making them rubber band colored, I could just make them green. And I'm really going into some SpongeBob energy if I do that. Arguably does look better though to be nice and bright. It just matches the background. But that's what I'm doing. My voice is fine. Surprisingly so. I really thought I didn't sleep for a long time this morning because I felt the soreness in the back of my throat. Um and I was just like, ooh, I'm afraid that I'm not gonna have anything. So I'm just gonna like not speak a lot this morning in order to really preserve it for later today. And then I started to feel awful. I felt genuinely not good. And that God, this really just looks so much like SpongeBob, and it's really fucking me up. Um, I think it's just how I shaded it that's really fucking me up. I'm just trying colors to see what's going to be good here. Um, um, and then I started watching videos because I genuinely didn't think I was gonna. I just didn't want to do anything today. I was very feeling bad. Um, and I started like laughing at a video I was watching, or like not laughing, but like chuckling to myself. And I had full voice. My whole voice was there. While I was like humming laughter, and I said something, and I felt fine. My voice felt fine. But I was coughing up a storm, so it felt like everything was great. I like that seafoam color. I'm gonna use it definitely on something else. I know, like realistically, that's white, but that's not what we want. But I also want it to be a vibrant color. I don't just want it to be like grayed out. This is why I want like a wonky color here. These first few cards are the ones that are going to take me the longest while I try and like find what I want as a what I want as my aesthetic into this. Again, I must remind us all that this took place, the apocalypse happened, therefore the world stopped. 200 years prior to this. There was a nuclear fallout. It's been 20 years. Anything and everything we're finding is 20 years in the future, or 200 years in the future. So we want to make sure, I want to like reflect that, right? I want to reflect that the world stopped in the 80s. It stopped in 87 when Die Hard came out. Die Hard was in the theaters um, when the world stopped. Now that could also suggest it was a real, some it's in the future where someone was trying to, who was doing a matinee of Die Hard, a re-release, an anniversary. But because the card specifically says Die Hard, that's how we can pinpoint a time. It can be in the future. It's just a matter of, do we want it to be in the future? Do I do this color? Is this too predictable of a color to do as the background of this compass? So we want that like 80s feel or early 90s feel. That's the vibe we want to get here. I think maybe we do fuck around with this color, which is all a lot of bright, bold shapes and colors. White would be too predictable, right? More of a. I can't. I'm not gonna say what this keeps reminding me of, because then you guys won't be able to unsee it either. But I keep seeing it, and it's very hard for me to unsee what I'm seeing. I'm looking at the wrong thing. I need to look at my stream. I keep looking at OBS, hoping. This looks like seafoam putting from Stardew Valley. I playing a lot of Stardew Valley, yes. I've been sick all month. It's hard. It's hard out here. It's just one thing after another. I fought off a different cold, or a different illness, earlier this month, like 4 weeks ago. Um, then I got PMS pretty bad. Like my hormones fucked up a lot of things. Mostly with my chronic illness, it really fucked it up. Um, and then um, and then my actual period came, and it was no better than my PMS. And I got fucking sick the week afterwards. It's like it's just been just shitty all month, like 4 week month period. I think I'm allowed to be upset about my health right now. Oh, I don't like that color. Sorry, I'm waiting for my stream to catch up so I can see how this looks, how the colors look on stream. The stream like washes out colors for me. I don't really know why. Like it's not super washed out. Like we're looking at relatively the same thing. It's just a little bit different on stream than it is from what I'm seeing. Maybe I do just keep the seafoam pudding. How do you feel about the seafoam pudding? Lighter, darker? I like it lighter. Do I like it darker? More green? Um, I think it might be a little too difficult to see the numbers on this. Because again, we're gonna have like our numbers here and like our numbers out here. We're gonna have tick marks, and a bunch of dots and shit up here. No, that's too bright of a color. I'm like, I want to do white. Weird, because you're not in the post-apocalypse. You're not getting white, right? That's not what we're getting in the post-apocalypse, and that's also not like the vibe. Also, I'm not doing like a beige color. Um, but yeah, so my voice is fine. I do feel more sick today than I did yesterday. I'm hoping tomorrow I feel better than I did today because I'm gonna be upset if I feel worse on my birthday. That would be a hell of a way to get into the new year. You know, if our background isn't this orange color, if we do this a different color, maybe that color, but if we do like a different background color, because I haven't decided what the background's gonna look like. Hmm. I might not hate this color. It's like a mustardy yellow in here. Not like that full mustard yellow, like a lighter shade. Go back to the seafoam color. It's like a darker seafoam color. Sorry, my throat was really affecting me on that one. I don't know, I'm really torn about this. I think this is almost the vibe I want though. Like this, like I don't know what you call this sort of art where it's like very bright, vibrant, different than the colors that it's supposed to be. That's kind of the energy I want, I think. Let me turn off this description box again. I mostly just hope my stomach settles by tomorrow. I'd like to enjoy my birthday meal.
want to keep is this like Frank Ocean orange in the background. But do I fuck with just having the outline in this color? I lived through the 80s. Let me just look up some stuff. I remember a little bit about like some of these toys and like decoration of stuff from that my when we were kids. 80s. Mm, what do you call this? 80s style, 80s energy, 80s art, 80s vibe, 80s. I guess let's do 80s art. Again, it's just a lot of shapes. Synthwave, true, very synthwavy. More like 80s into 90s. What if I do late 80s? Late 80s art. Still synthwavy. These 80s painters. I guess it feels just very blocky, blocked in. Pop art. It looks like I guess it's called pop art. Looks like it was big in the 80s, which has that sort of energy. A lot of just bright colors. Almost like cartoony looks also. A lot of like the colors that we consider to be like very not very saturated color. Like they're saturated some colors, but then others are very like mid-tone. I describe them. I like that comic book feel, when it's not super bright. It's just off of that color. Yeah, pop art was good. Maybe it's pop art I'm looking for the word for. 80s. What if I do 80s? Like what is it, Wham? That had the is it that one? Is that Wham? Um, where the music video went from sketch to like was it like dreaming almost? I don't remember what it was at this point in time. There's a lot of just bright colors that aren't like primary colors, if that makes sense. What I'm seeing here. I don't know how people born in the 80s feel about the world calling the 80s retro. Yeah, and it's like a lot of bright colors on dark backgrounds. I don't want to necessarily stick in like the retro synthwave color scheme. I'm almost thinking like more like this, when nothing is the color it's supposed to be, but it's also recognizable, right? Like phones weren't this color, but we all know that's that. You know, cassettes weren't that color. Um, typically that color, I should say. Maybe they actually were. Maybe you could get things this color. Like in how we know the world, it's not. It doesn't look like that, right? There's also like this image of that where it's just like really bright, um, vibrant colors that shouldn't work with each other, blocky. And it's like that's the energy. That's the energy we want to bring to this. It feels like a lot of this is the thing I'm struggling with is background. Like what does the background look like? And it looks like it's gonna be a dark background. It looks like most things are gonna be a dark background with just colors on top of it, kind of like an arcade floor, is what I'm seeing right now. In like a retro 80s. When I Google retro 80s, I'm gonna do vintage. Vintage. Retro 80s. Like, this is what I think. Oh, here's a good way. Like the French Prince of Bel Air, like anything fucking Will Smith was wearing in the early seasons of the Fresh Prince of Bel Air, like those patterns, those colors, that sort of vibe. That's like the energy I'm looking for here. Like this jacket, this green is like the green I think I want for the background here. I'm in fact gonna take a screenshot of that. Hope I could just control V my way out of the situation. I can, let's go. I can control V myself, right? I did. It's somewhere. It's gonna be real tiny, I already know it is. Okay, let's do this. Let me take a bigger screenshot of this because I only took a small screenshot of this. So I can actually see it on my screen. I would like this color, thank you very much. Thank you for your service, sir. Here's the thing. Does that then oh, I never finished rendering down here. Um, Stylistic choice or aim or accident? That's for you to decide. The real question is, do I want to stick to this blue color or do I want to change it? I'm gonna do this on a different layer. I can't because it all looks the same. Well, I can. Okay, here's the thing we could do. You can block in the colors. And then we're gonna diffuse this with something with like the wasteland colors. Or like with wasteland shapes, I should say. Something like that, right? And then we can come over here. Oh, and I can also block in what I want the inside of this to look like too. Maybe a little bit lighter than this. No, that might be too close to that. This might be just fine. That's really funny. Change the color of that. I think it's too bright of a color. I don't think we can diffuse this enough. We need to change this color to something else. Yeah, that color again. I changed the wrong color. Apparently the person who sings this um identifies um as non-binary and they use they them pronouns. Um and apparently was causing a little bit of a stink um about I think the use of the song, I think, or something. I didn't look too much into it. I'm not terribly interested in that kind of thing, but I thought that was interesting. because the girl in the song does not refer to the artist. They're singing about a space girl. I guess this color is also fine. This is still contrasting enough. It wasn't my plan to keep this color, but like I don't hate it, you know? If I did the opposite. What if I and he's being like mean about it or something? I don't know. I should have looked more into it. It also interested me a little bit with that artist, this artist, because it was a song with a very similar name and in the same genre that came out at a similar time as this one, that people kept mistaking for it. And then somebody I know, I've rated in Destiny 2 with the sibling of this artist. I don't know them though. I simply did a Destiny raid with them once, and I was informed because it was a teaching raid. I was teaching supplies, and we were particularly struggling from something, or like right at the beginning. This was in my phase where I was always doing always listening to eclectic playlists. I would look up a word on Spotify and then um, find the most interesting title that involved that word through the search function. And do we hate this? Are we okay with this? With this, like, not like this exactly. Obviously, I have this on a different layer for a reason. But do we hate this? This energy? I don't know, like a little bit more like this, except I'd probably make the compass a little smaller, probably. Um, we're really experimenting here. We're really doing the thing here. Oh, I accidentally muted Discord at some point. Sorry, 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 sorry. Why is it still not in the corner? I paused my own stream. Oh my god, I've been sitting here waiting for my own stream to update. I'm like, when did I lose so many frames that I'm so behind? Rip me. Oh man, sometimes. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You may be the first person ever to ever use the PB Play Rip email. I need to get on. I need to get on Trooper. That can't be right. What that that's like one of the first times that emote's been used. I can see um which of my emotes gets used every single month. I see what's been used and what's not been used. Well, I see what's used and therefore I can assume what's not used. It's one of the stats that they show you. I don't know where you see it. They just always show it to me. It's an analytic. And and yeah, it was never used. Oh, there you go. It's under engagement within channel, outside of channel. Oh, I'm happy to see that people like the dance emote outside of the. Can I show this? Is this okay to show? Is there anything on here I don't want to be shown? No. No, yeah, I could see it. I could see it here. You could see between March and April 17th. Um, outside of my channel, these were used. Looks like it's been used 4 times out of my channel. That's nice. That's good to see. I don't know there was an outside my channel. I've only seen within my channel. But in previous months, you could see the total usage. I had no idea there was an outside though. That makes me feel a little bit better about it all. It did make me a little sad not to see some of these emotes being used. But I'm happy to see that they are being used. Let's go. You should use the speaking of it, the interface has gotten worse. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you for letting me know. All right, now we wait. Oh, wait, actually, am I already back? Past? Oh, I am back. Let's go. You should use the spicy one. I love the spicy one. It's my fave. I like the blep. I'm a big blep fan, and I'm a big I use spicy a lot also. It's spicy. That's good. Again, this is what I usually see right here. So I was just like, oh, no one's using the emotes. That makes me sad. Makes me happy to see we are using the emotes. I had no idea. The more you know. All right, now let me move this off the screen before I show something that I'm not supposed to. Because Twitch gets weird with what you can share and what you can't share. Not that I'm afraid to show anything. What's Twitch gonna do? Get mad at me? That makes me happy though. And this should always be on outside the channel. I'm happy people use my emotes inside my channel. But I'd much rather see people use them. Oh man, I've been using the knowledge that people weren't using my certain emotes to replace them. I've just very willy-nilly been replacing them because I didn't think anyone was using them. Well, now I have to like go through a lot of these real quick just to make sure. Oh, someone use someone use a potato one once. That's good. Okay. Okay, it looks like I didn't really replace too many of the ones that are no longer available. Admittedly, some of these uses were probably mine. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. That's good to know. I was really afraid that there was a fan favorite that I just got rid of that I had no idea about.
That's good. I'm glad that the dancing one's getting a lot of usage. I also really like the dancing one. With that dancing one, Mango Party has gone down though. Mango Party used to be used a lot more often. To be fair, I do think it's one of my best emotes. Oh no, I need to pull up the 80s reference page again. I am having a hard time deciding what I'm going to use. I used this quite a bit recently. No particular reason. Oh, no. I think this pops, but I don't know if it pops in the way I want in this RPG. I think it's fun. I think this is fun. I think these colors are fun. But is that what I want when it's called Daily Struggles? You know, like, we've got to pick a struggle. I think having a dark background is the kind of the way I want this to go. Let me see if I could change this to, if I can change this to like a purple. I get to be a little bit more exasperated. It almost looks like, in this way, it almost looks like a like webbing instead of anything else. Well, I'm glad y'all are using them. They're there for a reason. They're there to be used, you know? Very festive, yeah. Kalina. I love my emotes. I think they're great. I'm a big turtle fan. My goal is, so these are bought on Etsy, essentially. I bought these on Etsy, so other people out in the world also have them on their channels. Um, my desire in life is to one day commission someone to make um my emotes, right? Um, and to change the mouth. Like stylistically, they're gonna have to change this just so they're not copying this person. But I would like the mouth to be changed. You know how Krogans have their mouth in Mass Effect? That's more aligned to what a turtle looks like IRL. And I would love to see that reflected in like their mouth and their mouth shape. Like I really like the scared emote because it has that unevenness. So like the big beak look, yeah. Like the scared emote that you just use Galino, how it's like wobbly on top. And that is like the, I guess I could show you guys. Like the line on the wobbly look. That's like the vibe I would like. I would still like them to be cute though. and maybe like a slightly different shaped head, a little bit more anatomically correct. All right, I think I've made my decision. I think I like this, how it looks, with the yellowish backing to the compass actual part. And for the background, I haven't made a decision. But I know that the background is going to be this orange color. And it's just going to be a matter of um it's just going to be a matter of where did I throw my Chatterino? Did I close it? No, there it is. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the beak look. Big fan of the beak look. If you look at do I still have any of them in? Yeah, if you look at the one I made years ago, um that emote, you'll notice that I have a little beak and also like a little thing on top of their head. Um I also have um they're like scales essentially on their arms. Granted, mine is not nearly as cute. But also granted it was the first time I ever made an emote, so I think I have a little bit of leeway here. This looks definitely more like a bird, because of the way I couldn't translate the beak how I wanted it to look. What I needed to do is shape the whole face to fit it, but younger PB didn't know that. Younger PB just knew that I wanted a beak, and when I think beak, I think one thing. And that is a bird beak. I'm really annoyed. My mute button only works occasionally. Sorry. Apologies. All right. Um, it's this one, right? Yeah, it's that one. Actually, before I get started on this, let me take a quick fiber, a quick little break, a quick little BRB before I get back into it. And before I forget, make sure get up, stretch, have a little bit of a get a snack if you really want to. I know it's late, but for some of you it's not. And I'll be back in a little bit.
back. I mean me. I am back. As always, over 5 minutes. Man, let me tell you, 5 minutes moves real quick when you're like walking around, stretching, getting more water. You don't realize how long that takes until you are on an actual timer. And then you're like, damn, this all takes a real long time, huh? When you're not like, because I'm not gonna run around my house, fucking trying to get from place to place. I'm like leisurely walking from place to place. I don't have a large house, so it doesn't take that long. But just the act, Anyways, actually, before I do this, I do just want to take a quick. Oh, I need to finish this. I'm gonna be so happy when I'm done, and then I'm not gonna be done with this part. What I just opened? No, not speech recognition. Hi, hi, hi. Actually, specifically, I only want this. Sometimes I don't know how I do. I wish I knew how I did certain things. Like, I wish I knew how to just very quickly move to the bottom of my screen. Look at how big that is in comparison. And that's like the size difference of this screen versus what this would normally look like. That's why I zoom in so much, because it's not that big of a screen. But I want this for reference to know how I did this space. One thing I did forget to do was grab a lozenge, a medicated lozenge. Let me finish doing this. I changed my render style after I did this bottom part. Like, I started focusing on other things I believe is what happened. I, man, I'm excited for this week. It's one of those things where I just kind of hope that things happen. Here's the thing about me. Hey, fun fact about me. Fun fact about PB. I have a really hard time getting excited for anything. Um, because I just have a history of getting disappointed from a young age. Things that were like promised to me just like um dissolved outside of like the control of anybody in my life and power, Like when I was like little, I don't know, maybe like 4. No, I knew English. So it had to be like 4-ish, 4 or 5-ish. Maybe older, maybe like 6, 7. I knew English at that point. My neighbor, my front door neighbor, who I was like friends with. I had been friends with them for a while. Friends with them before I could speak English. When they were only speaking English. And I their dog had puppies, and I guess I had to been older, maybe like 7, because I convinced my parents to finally get a dog, because my parents had always had a dog. um I just was born, and I guess I became the dog. you know I became the thing to take care of. um
And so we didn't have a dog, despite them always having one in their lives, as adults, as a couple. And I I convinced them to get this dog at long last, and I was so happy. And we were gonna pick up the dog again, front door neighbors. Literally just walk across the street, and bam, I'm at their house. And they were keeping them obviously in the garage. And the time came, like, they had the babies, and then they told me to and then you had to wait the time, right? You had to wait until they were able to be separated from their mom, their parents. Um and so already promised to me by them, by the people with the puppies, um and that one of those puppies was going to go to me, and I was very excited about it. I had played with the puppies several times. Um, my parents had resigned themselves that to the fact that we were getting a puppy along with a young baby child, which is me. I'm the young baby child in the scenario. And then the day comes, the 8 weeks or whatever is up, and I go over. I'm very excited. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Um, Weeks, some would say. And then they tell me that they've already gotten rid of all the dogs. They've already given all the dogs away. And I was devastated. As a young baby child who wanted a dog, I was devastated. My parents obviously probably secretly elated, but they were just like, well, these things happen. There's not much we could do about it. They didn't really fight much about it because, again, I'm sure they weren't in love with the idea of having a dog and a tiny baby child at the same time, even though I was a fucking saint. So, like, um, I should have had that dog. And then, like, they never entertained the idea of having a pet ever again. Literally, one of my aunts, forced a cat into our family, much at the resistance of my parents. But we had a cat when I was in, like, middle school, I think is when we got him as a baby. Have a good night. Bye, Kalino. I'll talk to you later, friend. And so, oh no, my yellow. Oh, I have to find the yellow again. Oh, what a bummer. Wait, no, I don't. Haha, I still have it over here. Let's go. Um, and so, like, I had that disappointment pretty early on, and again, devastated. My parents didn't even entertain the idea of having a dog ever again. Whatever, right? It is what it is. Then, um, and then just, like, over the years, things like that just happen, where it's like something that is a surefire deal, like, guaranteed to me, guaranteed to happen, um, just simply somehow, some way did not work out, right? And it's in, like, many aspects of my life. It's not just a simple, you know, things that would have been nice to have or fun to have, like a dog. Um, and a lot of them when I was young, I mean, they happen all the time in my life. I mean, disappointments happen to all of us all the time. It's not unique to me, but because of the several times I just think of the dog thing all the time because that has to be like my first heartbreak, right? Um, I uh I I'm always so, like, I've grown to not become excited about anything, um because I don't want to be disappointed when it doesn't happen. Or I don't want to be hurt essentially when it doesn't happen, especially when it's like a guaranteed thing. So I just try not to get excited for anything. Because for the most part, even if it's like, oh, I promise I'm gonna do this thing, or I promise we're gonna get this stuff done, it just in general doesn't happen. And it just simply is what it is. What are you gonna do about it, you know? Um, and so I have, um, this might be a little too dark to be the shading. Same color as what we have outside. Um, and that's like a thing. It's just a thing. I try not to get anticipatory about anything. Because I'm most likely gonna just be disappointed at the end of the day. No matter what my expectation is, whether it's a very low expectation or a high expectation, at the end of the day, my expectations will in fact be shattered, in the negative way. So I try not to get too excited about things. But this year I'm choosing to be hopeful about certain things. Though I can almost guarantee one of the things is not going to happen. I am 99% sure one of these things isn't going to happen. Um despite a, this conversation having happened a million times over the past few months. Um and but the other thing I'm fairly certain is going to happen. It's just a matter of when. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So I'm excited for that thing. And I'm tempering my expectations about the other thing. I would love, because it would mean something else to me if the other thing happened. But I'm gonna go ahead and just stick with the idea that it's not gonna happen. It's just I won't talk about it. But yeah, so one of the things probably definitely not gonna happen, but I'm hopeful that it might. It'd be cool if it did. I don't think it will. Um what if I do none of that but a lot of color stretch? Um um but yeah. And that's just on having to grow, right? Like having to learn to get older and who to trust, who not to trust, who's like trustworthy for certain things and who's not. And more importantly, being realistic about it. Um because I think that's my thing is I just expect that certain, like, I have this rose tinted glass of hoping that certain people will be better, will be what I need from them, right? But that's just not a healthy expectation to have. But that's just me. I like it when people are like really hopeful and get really excited about things. I'm just like, hell yeah, get excited for those things. And it's like, I can't, but I'm glad that you can. 'Cause it would suck if everyone was like me. Remember, this is broken. So we are breaking this. I think that's the hardest thing about adulthood. I think that's the hardest thing about getting older is the fact that that you have to learn um like you have to learn how to re-navigate friendships, I think, when you get older. Your like expectations have to be different. Um because it's really funny. I don't have like a lack of expectation or issues with like any romantic partners. I'm not nearly as insecure as I am with friends. With friendships I get very insecure about things. To no fault of anyone involved. It is previous traumas. It's previous friends having broke it, you know? Like I've never been devastated in the same way as I have when friendships uh, devolved. Like I've had breakups, you know, like I've broken up with people I've never been broken up with, but I have broken up with people. I've been broken up with once. I've told the story already. I've been broken up with, but the guy was some chicken shit and didn't want to be the one who said the words. So I had to be the one that did it. That officially said we're breaking up. Um um so that's different something else. But I've been more devastated by friend like breakups, friend and I think it's worse. I think it's not even like I would rather someone tell me, "Hey, we're no longer friends because I hate you." You know? I would rather that. It's when it's the slow death of a friendship that kills me. That's the painful part. It's like at a certain point you have to make a decision, right? And that's when you have to decide, is this something I'm willing to continue to fight for? Is this something that is worth fighting for now? Because like the real truth of it is sometimes it's not. Sometimes like you just have to let it go. You're the only person fighting for it, you know? Or like you just simply have to accept that you're no longer a priority in that person's life, right? As minimal as it may be. All right, I have to do the middle part. Oh, pretty sizable. And that's the part that sucks about it. Because at that point, you're breaking your own heart, right? Again, it is just simply a thing that happens. You can't be friends with everyone always, forever. Oh man. It's a shame that this is going to be the only one we do tonight, but it is what it is. I was hoping to also do a little bit of color work on the rest of the card, like the icons and stuff like that. I'll be on tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow, hopefully. So long as I'm not on my deathbed, I will be on tomorrow. Or I take a nap that lasts the entire time I'm going to be doing stream. Those are the two reasons usually I don't stream. I mean, not the deathbed part. That's just a joke. Uh, um, it's because I fell asleep. I took a little nappy nap that lasted a little too long, and then I'm scrambling to do like the things I should have been doing during the nap. But I'm excited. This Friday, I know I talk about it a lot. This Friday is Taylor Swift's album that's coming out that I'm very excited for. Very excited to find out what she has to say about the things that have been happening in her very public life lately, as of late. I am looking forward to Billie Eilish's album is coming out next month, I believe. That was a little bit of a shocker. I'm happy. I'm excited though because I know she struggled for it for a long while until she wrote "What Was I Made For," and then it was kind of like full sail ahead, and it kind of broke through her creative block. Really fascinating. She did this roundtable with Variety, with a lot of other phenomenal artists, and she did a lot of talking on it. But that's because she everyone was kind of interested in um what she did, and honestly talking about what was I made for, because everyone was just justly, you know, blown away by that song and needed to know more. And a lot of the topics they were touching on and asking about really related to a lot of the things Billy had recently been fighting with. And I think more importantly, she touched on a lot of things that a lot of artists are interested in. A lot of topics like she talked about burnout, and not talking about it as burnout. Not maybe she did refer to it as burnout, but more in the way that it's not a writer's block, you know? She didn't have writer's block. She had um there was just nothing in the tank. Um as per her, as per her words. Um and how she overcame that and how what was I made for was really the catalyst of that and her writing process and um I think she actually talked about a lot of things that people are interested in, and people because they keep kind of redirecting the conversation to her, the other artists, not like the moderator. I feel like the moderator kept trying to make sure everybody had an equal amount of time, and the people who maybe didn't speak as much were just like, I simply want to talk to the rest of these creatives about their creative endeavors. Um, Thank you though for passing me the torch. I will speak for a little bit and then I will go back to ask somebody else, this other artist something. It was a really good variety. I think it was a songwriting variety interview round table. Is that what they call it? But very good. I would 100% recommend it. If you're interested at all in music. I need to pull it up. I need to pull up the photo I was using earlier. There's something that keeps moving on my secondary screen, just out of my periphery. And it's so wildly obnoxious. Because I don't know what it is, but something keeps blinking. And it's like, who are you? Which one of you is doing that? Oh, I see. I'm gonna probably have to move that. Oh, I talked about it earlier. I've never held a compass. I don't know much about compasses outside of like Minecraft, which isn't like a wonderfully reliable source, you know? Um, so I'm mostly referring to a picture to do a lot of these things. So most of these decisions aren't decisions I'm making myself. They are decisions made by whoever created the model of the compass I'm looking at right now. Oh, that's probably annoying. Getting started watch vibes. Oh, nice. Trying to remember what I was talking about that was annoying. Oh, the blinking thing. Yeah, it is very obnoxious. I wish I knew what it was, but I simply don't. This is on the wrong axis, and it's going to kill me if I don't fix it. I need to turn this so it's like up and down, I think. I know it's like perspective based, but like I feel like this is gonna serve me better. What are they on? I have to assume it's on, yeah. I have to assume it's around the little knobby thing in the middle. Let me actually just make the knobby thing in the middle and nothing else. So I have no idea what the purpose of any of these things are. There are like two sets of numbers on this thing, and I don't know what that means. So, like, here we are, you know? Maybe I shouldn't do it inside the lines. I should probably do it like slightly off center. Yeah, my ADHD always sees something in the corner, and like I'm always just like, what was that? What was that? What just moved? I saw it. What was it? I noted it. You know what I was thinking about the other day? And by the other day, I mean literally today, just hours ago. I was thinking about the fact that a lot of men are colorblind, you know? And a lot of and I wonder how that affected them because obviously it's a trait that has been carried down because it either assisted in evolution or it mattered not for evolution, right? Um one way or another, you know. That's how color blindness has existed this entire time. It either was helpful or a hindrance. Um and I was thinking about the fact that a lot of uh men were hunter gatherers. I mean, so were women. Don't get me wrong. So were women. Um, but you know, men like to brag that they were the hunters. Um, and I was wondering, like, if color blindness help or hindered at all with that process of hunting and gathering. You know, like, does that make that easier to see certain things because you can only see certain colors, or did it make it more difficult because everything just kind of blended in? I was thinking about it because I was thinking about the fact that I was thinking about how some animals, how animals in particular, a lot of them can only see certain colors, right? And that's why like tigers are so easy or such good predators because they blend in so well. But to us, they're like vibrant as hell and super easy to see. Um, because they're bright orange, but most of the prey um of the most of the prey cannot see that. It just blends in very perfectly, you know? Write this out these out more. You know, there might be more numbers. It just doesn't look as good. I also need this to not look like a 36, even though that's the number it is. There we go. That looks a little bit better. This is reminding me of something. This is like there's something that this reminds me of, and I don't know what it is. Depends, I think. Like I remember a Marine telling me that they look for certain colorblind people because they could distinguish when someone was wearing camo in the forest. Interesting. Just taking a quick stretch, don't mind me. Yeah, it's very it's like I wonder if color blindness like carried forward for long enough that it was a benefit as opposed to a negative thing. Because I also don't know. Yeah, that's a good point. I should definitely save. That's a great call. 10 out of 10 call. I don't think I've saved a singular time. I don't know why that made me save as. That makes me scared. I'm scared about that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, if I do more of these art streams, I'm gonna have to add a save emote myself. Or like a save I mean I would still have to find an emote for it. An icon for it, I should say. But for a channel point redeem. I don't take up a slot. Oh, let me tell you, I cut some of my hair by like several inches, and I finally shaved the sides of my head. Something I've been saying I've been gonna do for a long while. Because I just hadn't. It's just I just let it grow so much. It was like an inch and a half, I think, the hair on the sides of my head. And boy, oh boy, am I so happy to have finally cut it off because holy guacamole, man. It was just getting so hot. And especially right now where like I just randomly pick up a low grade fever, like I'm so happy. Also, like my hair is shorter now, so I have very thick if you guys hadn't noticed before, I have very thick hair and I have a lot of it. If I were to like part my hair in the middle and like look like Lord Farquaad for a while, um you wouldn't be able to see that I have the sides of my head shaved if I styled it the right way. Um, because my hair is very, very thick and has a lot of volume given the opportunity. I say given the opportunity as if it's more the opposite. Where I struggle not to have too much volume in my hair. Because it's wavy. So it's the same vibe as if you had frizzy hair or if you had curly hair, that if I do anything really mean to it and don't take care of it, it will just frizz out like mad. Something I wish I knew, by the way, in high school um and in college. Would have loved to know that information. And I learned that until COVID happened. So about the first third of my life almost, I didn't know how to take care of my hair correctly. But now that I do, it's great. But I didn't know before. But yeah, it's so that means that in the summer, my head gets very hot. Because I'm basically wearing like a wool hat on my head the entire summer. So I shave the sides of my head and the back of my head, um, and just keep like the hair on top of my head. But that's enough. Like I said, if you didn't know it any better, and I styled it in a certain way, you wouldn't be able to tell. My hair, I have so much of it. It just covers it all up. Genuinely impressive if it weren't so fucking hot. My mom, and everyone loved my hair as I was growing up. It was, I guess, very pretty. For me, I hated it because it was just unmanageable. Um, but everyone, adults in my life, always loved my hair and talked about it and doted on it and said, "Oh, never cut this off. It's so beautiful." Blah 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 blah. And my mom was the same way. And obviously as a child you don't have a lot of autonomy. And I in high school, my freshman year, I finally convinced my mom to let me cut my hair short. and I cut it short. And the first thing that happened is it frizzed out. It was just huge. I remember I went to a band dance once, a dance specifically for the band, and I wore my hair down, and it just in the humidity it just puffed out, and it looked awful, and I cringe looking at photos from that dance, because it was just a casual thing. It was like after practice or whatever. Um, Solid Stride, I always think that it's cool when I see that kind of cut. Can choose a hide or reveal, yeah. I almost always wear my hair up in a bun though because of it. Except on stream, you see my hair down a lot on stream. Um, because I'm not supposed to have it up. I'm not supposed to like have it up. Otherwise I ruin the wave pattern. um, but I simply cannot help it. Sometimes it is. I try to have it down as often as possible, but by golly, is it just nice to have like a breeze on the back of my head, and both sides of my head. And after that experience, I let it like grow out again, and I had long hair, but like I always wore it in a ponytail. Here's the thing: you were not gonna catch me without my hair in a ponytail. Uh, um, because it frizzed out. My hair always frizzed out because I didn't know how to take care of it. People would tell me how to take care of it, and it just sounded wrong. Because my entire life it was brushing my hair, and my hair was already oily, so I didn't want to put more oil in my hair. And no matter how many products I put in it, mousse, gel, oils, it just kept frizzing out. There was no amount of anything I could put in my hair to not have it frizz out. And I live in Houston, in Texas, which is swamp area. Despite it being a metropolitan area, we just built on top of a swamp. So it's humid as hell here. I'm sure everyone's heard. So my hair, there was just nothing I could do with my hair, and it was super long. It was like always past my shoulder length. So I always had it in a ponytail. Always, always, always. Ponytail middle part. That's how I lived my life. All the way through school when I was the one doing my hair, and it was no longer my mom doing my hair and putting painful rubber banded balls. You know, did you have those? The bands that had like the hard balls on either side, so when you tied them together in like a ponytail, you just had like two balloons essentially on your head, and then went clack 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 together. It was annoying. And they never had good bands. It was before people learned how to make a seamless band, so it was always getting stuck in my hair, always pulling out my hair. Ugh, I hated them. Um, but it looked cute, and I was, as a child, you're basically a doll, so they were in my hair. Um, and then like I said, I cut my hair. There was sometimes I really liked my hair. It was always after I took a shower. I really liked my hair. Because I could see the vision in my hair, but I just didn't understand why it worked so hard against me. It would go like 3 times its size because I was brushing it, and you're not supposed to brush it. But I didn't know that. No one told me not to brush my hair. There was one person in my life that told me how to take care of curly hair, because she had a very similar, I say curly hair. It's the same like techniques you use for curly hair. And not coily hair. I'm not talking about coily hair. I'm talking about curly hair. Because I have wavy. I have very wavy hair. Or mildly wavy hair, I should say. But you take care of it just the same, basically. Um, One person in high school, she was kind of my friend. It was complicated because I had a group of friends that I'd been friends with since 6th grade, and I really adored them. They were my friends. We did everything together. Even though we didn't talk too much, like outside of school, which honestly should have been my first red flag, but like here we are. Um, we were a friend group and whatever, and there was this girl who kept trying to be one of like kind of like the group leader's friend. We didn't have any official leaders, but like she was the person that kind of like tied us all together. She was like, if you were friends with her, you were friends with other people, right? Like it's like, oh, here's this person that I hang out with all the time. We're all friends now. You know how school works. And so I would I'll get back to drawing here in a second. Trust me. I'm just giving I'm hunched over like a goblin over my tablet. It's why you guys I don't have a webcam on, because you guys would be looking at nothing except the top of my head. And even if I put it down on desk level so you could see my head, you would just see my forehead. So like I'm just crunched over this tablet. In the future, I'd like to get like some sort of stand so I could just like I could see it almost standing up but still at an angle. Right now it's a very low angle. Stretch, yeah. It's like I'm doing a nice stretch. I'm stretching out my back and making sure that that everything's good. Which is why I take frequent like step back, look at it breaks. Because I'm resting my back. Not that it hurts. It's just I don't want it to hurt. I want to stop it before it hurts. So that's what I'm doing right now. I just can't draw at this angle. Like I can see the tablet. It's just I wouldn't be drawing at the right angle. Speaking of, just realized you were doing the same thing. Yeah. But yeah, so she was trying to be friends with the group leader, and the group leader did not like her vibe. She was too energetic for her. She was very low key, and like such a ball of anxiety, truly, and self hate. Um, but this new girl, full of life, very energetic, um, and very excitable, is the thing. And it's like it's just a very like imagine like a very excited little dog, and that was the energy she gave off. And so my friend didn't like that. And despite the best efforts of this girl, um, it never worked out, right? Um, but it became to the point where it was annoying that she kept trying. Um, and like she couldn't take no as an answer, essentially. And maybe she just didn't know that she was saying no, because again, my friend ball of anxiety, so it's not like she ever said the words aloud. But definitely very standoffish with her. And so that just became the dynamic of her not wanting to be her friend because she was very excitable. And and we were in our emo stages, right? And so when it came to high school, I started making my own decisions, those. And um and I got to know her and we were friends, but it was like an odd friendship because I knew like the previous dynamic, right? Um and um and so it was always just a little weird um friendship, even though like we were good friends at a singular point. It was just one of those things that like when we were good friends, she wasn't my only good friend, um but she also had curly hair or like wavy hair, and being in a certain program with a bunch of other girls kind of taught her how to take care of her hair. And so she knew I had the same kind of hair. Um, and so she was like, I must share this information, which is very kind of her, truly. But like, it's a wild thing to hear. Maybe I should skip to each one of these. It's a wild thing to hear. Because the thing is, don't wash your hair every day. Um, um, don't don't brush your hair. And that oil stuff you put in your hair, it's actually a godsend. Put that stuff in your hair after you take a shower when it's still wet. I can't believe that somehow worked out that way. Um and that's quite literally the antithesis of everything I'd ever been taught about how to take care of my hair. And literally everything um where is north on this? What am I? Oh, north, south, east, west is down here. Oh, are these angles? Are you going a full 360 here? Oh my gosh. I did 1, 2, 3, 1 through like 20 something down here. It's like a 0. I need like 3 digits on all of these. What the fuck? Tell me you've never used a compass in your life without telling me you've never used a compass in your life. I'll start first. Um, this is at 90. You know, let's pretend east. Well, okay, let's pretend east is like down here. I don't want to do it in here. Right, right here. It's always away from the middle. Okay. That's gonna be like that. Oh wait. Never eat sour worms. Fuck. It's the N over here. And then the S. That's not how you do the S, huh? It's the other way? Yeah. Looks a little bit more like a thing. So yeah, that's use one, but not for orienting like this one. It's like I'm struggling to remember a time I've ever looked or touched a real compass in real life, you know? Like maybe I have, but I don't know. This reminds me of something so badly, and I just don't know what the fuck it is. I wish I remembered, but I don't know what it is that it reminds me of. It's just still in the wrong spot. Oh well, it is what it is. That's why it's broken. That's why it stayed forever because it's broken actually. Um, I think I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller. Maybe something like that. Why it keeps doing that? I don't know what button combination I'm hitting that's making it do that. But yeah, so I simply did not believe her. And in fact, thought less of her when she told me that. Because I was like, what do you mean you're not washing? I mean, I didn't say it aloud, but I was definitely thinking, like, what do you mean you're not washing your hair every day? Like, that's icky. That's gross. It's very dirty. It's not, by the by. Now, when I look at this, is my first thought compass? No. But I also have never seen the compass IRL, so like maybe it is the first thing some people see. Not mine. It looks like some sci-fi shit. TBH with you, but here we are. Many blessings. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's such a good burb. But in later life, that she was exactly right. I haven't combed my hair. I have combs still from like back, or brushes from back in the day. I haven't touched them in years. I started my hair reparation process in when COVID hit 2020. It's been a little under 4 years since I started taking care of my hair the correct way. So much so that there's things I don't do anymore that I used to do at the beginning that I should do, but I don't really do. Um, Hold on. There's something this reminds me of, and it's killing me that I don't know what it is. I feel like it's some old anime something, and I just don't know what it is that I've accidentally done that reminds me of it. Do you use brushes instead of combs? I used to use brushes instead of combs. I don't use anything anymore. I don't brush my hair. I don't need to. Um, it doesn't ever get tangled. Um, I run my hair through it, or my hands through it. Mostly to move it from side to side because I have my hair um thrown to either side of my head. But yeah, I don't brush my hair at all. I don't need to. Like I said, it doesn't get knotted. Um, I don't have any like tangles, nothing. Every issue I had with my hair, because I used to brush my hair a lot, because it would get tangled a lot. I used to use a lot of hair, which I still do. Don't get me wrong, because I have a lot of hair on my head. Therefore, I do in fact shed a lot of hair. Um, but not nearly as much, mostly because I've cut like 50% of my hair off. Maybe more honestly, and so that's not nearly as large of an issue as it used to be. But I did have a lot of tangles a lot of the time, and I used to like rip my hair out because I would be brushing it and it gets stuck on a tangle that I couldn't undo. So I just, I just run my brush through it and it would rip my hair. Um, and I've learned that it's because your curl pattern is or in my case, the wave pattern was going against each other. Because your hair, when it's wavy or curly, naturally falls in those rivets. It has its own natural pattern, and by brushing it, you're breaking up those natural pairings of your hair, where your hair grows the same, and so as it's fighting to like combine back with the hairs that it matches with, it it tangles up with other pieces of hair, and when you're brushing it so much, eventually you lose your pattern. But you don't lose the type of hair you have, right? Like brushing my hair didn't make it straight, it just made it an unorganized mess, if you want to think about it. A good way of thinking about it is like cable management, right? Like you have a lot of cables that go a lot of places, and you clump the ones that are supposed to go to a certain part of your desk together, and other ones you clump it together to go to a different part of your desk, right? Um, but once you start like moving things around from side to side to have wires, you start crossing your wires, and then eventually when you're like, all right, let me put this back, it's like knotted all up, or it's like all wrapped around each other, because you took it out of its you know out of its original gathering. It's a very similar thing that happens with your hair, when you have waves or curls. Um, Instead, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to you brush your hair when you're showering. Some people actually have a brush and they brush it in their shower. Um, I don't need that. I just run my fingers through my hair a lot. Um, and use a lot of conditioner because curly hair, wavy hair is naturally more dry. Um, and so you want to use a lot of conditioner and a lot of things that are going to trap that moisture in your hair. So after you shower, it is greatly recommended um that you wrap your hair up and um in like a towel, in a old t-shirt or something, and just lay it, and have it like lay on your head or wrap it around your head as like a head wrap, um as your hair is drying, and then you're supposed to diffuse it with like cold air. I don't have one of those. I don't have a diffuser. So instead I just let it dry naturally. But I don't plot my hair anymore. I mostly just throw it up in a bun, and then um when it's like not as wet, and then once it's starting to get a little bit dry, I just put it back down. It's what I do. It's probably not the best thing I should do. In fact, I'm sure it's not recommended, but it's what I do. Because I just don't plot my hair a lot. I don't plot my hair up in my head. Nor do I use any like oils in my hair either, which I probably should, but I don't. But you're supposed to use those oils and then cold diffuse it if you have like curlier hair. I feel like it works better with curlier hair than mine. Mine is just wavy. I just get to take advantage of not brushing it. I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm going to be looking at this so I can decide. What else, if I want to do anything else with this or just want to leave it like that. Make this fatter. It's a little too thin. It almost looks like a Carl. So there's a lot of things this looks like that doesn't remind me of a compass, but yeah, here we are. That might fill out the page a little bit better. It definitely looks like a stretch out version of this one when I see it like that. But I like that more. But yeah, so that's been a really nice thing um to have learned about my hair and just taking care of it, honestly. It's just you're supposed to let your and like not washing it all the time. I wash it once or twice a week, depending on the weather outside and what I've honestly been doing that week. Um, because you're supposed to let your natural hair oils do their thing. Because I also learned that if you wash your hair too much, um, or like your scalp, which is naturally also your hair, um, you keep washing out the oils from your scalp. And therefore your head gets angry because it's like, no, I need this protective layer, you motherfucker. And so it just tries to compensate for the amount of oil that that should be on top of it, and so that's why you get really oily hair, which is wild to me. But it also would have been very useful to know when I was younger. Um, but yeah, it's just I learned a lot. It's why I can never like rebuke TikTok. It taught me a little too much in my life. I still watch it, yeah. Look, you gotta do what you gotta do. I I watch it 1 to 2 times a week, depending. Once again, like this is a 2 wash week, right? Sometimes I watch it 2 times. So Saturdays are laundry day. So Friday night, I change my sheets and I do a full shower. I do an everything shower, right? On Friday nights. And then I get to sleep in my nice clean sheets with my nice clean body. And then on either then on Tuesday or Wednesday I'll wash my hair again. Um for example, today I washed my hair, right? Because I felt icky. And I was gonna take a shower last night, but again I ended stream really late. So now I took a shower today, this afternoon instead. Um or I washed my hair. When I say I took a shower, I mean I washed my hair. And then on because I'm washing my hair while I'm showering, right? And then on Friday I'll wash my hair again. Um, I like to do it on Monday or Tuesday during the summer when I sweat more. But again, because I shave like 50% of my head, um, it's also less of a burden on me. Um, to worry about washing my hair too much. Um, because I get to wash 50% of my scalp that I normally wouldn't when I'm showering if I really feel like my hair isn't dirty, but like I would like to feel a little cleaner. It's nice. But yeah, I feel like that's why I can't besmirch TikTok because without TikTok I wouldn't have been able to learn that information. I'd have had no idea that the way I was existing was incorrect. Maybe I do like it like this. Maybe that's the stick. I just like it like that. Okay, so the last thing I kind of want to deal with is I want to mess around with colors real quick. Which button are you? Oh, I just had it. It's that button. Okay. One day I'll learn what keys I'm supposed to use. The shortcuts that I myself made. We're at 85. We're at about 70 there of opacity. I think 70 is the lowest we can probably go here. Or 75. A little harder to see. And that you can barely see it. So at 70, you can see the background a little bit more. I'll move it up a little bit. 75? I just know that it gets harder to read. And I just don't know how much it'll get harder to read. Like this one's tiny, right? Let me take this opportunity to move this down a little bit and make sure that it's still readable. In case we do something in which it's merited. That's 75. That's still readable, right? That's not even hard to read. I don't think. Would I prefer this? By golly, it's so hard to tell the difference. I think I do like 80 a little bit more. What's 85? It's still, oh, look, the important thing is that it's readable no matter what. And you can still identify that there's something under it. You may not be able, it might not be the most obvious thing in the world, but you could still read it, see it. I'm trying to figure, it's so minuscule. I'm looking at the opacity of the description box. And it's like making it the see-throughness of it. That's essentially what I'm doing right now. Trying to decide what I like more. And this one's just convenient because the background is a similar color to the box. So I think 85 might still be the play. Like you could still see under it pretty easily. Yeah, you can still see under it pretty easily. Let's move this baby back up. No one needs to see what we didn't finish, the unfinished parts of this. It's not unfinished. The parts that are not meant to be seen. Honestly, I should have just gone backwards. I didn't change the description box at all. All right, that's one of the things I wanted to figure out. The other thing I want to mess around with are these colors. I do like that blue. That's not my issue. It's mostly this color, the Jenga tower color, that I have issues with, and this purple. This is like the hardest part for me of anything. It's figuring out the colors. Maybe the one in the middle should be purple. I was trying to match it with like a Jenga card. Well, maybe that's not its lot in life. Now, these are very retro colors in a different way. Those are synth wavy colors. It's going to be a lot of me sitting with some of these colors, I'll be honest with you. So I did this, right? I did that. I did that. Maybe I need to skip over it and just do a red. That's very 80s colors, but I don't know if I vibe that or not. I was thinking about it and realized you made that falling Jenga tower and was like, damn. Then I can't take any credit for the Jenga tower or the cards. Both of those were my friend Matt. He's an icon artist. By hobby. He, in fact, the sip and the all those channel. That's I think it's the drink. I guess I could check. I have my own channel open. I just don't have chat open. Um, channel point. The drink up. I only have the drink up left. So drink up. That is his icon. So my what was my Jenga icon? I sent him what I'd been working on, but I just couldn't. I was losing my mind trying to trying to figure it out. My Jenga tower was this one. This was my Jenga tower emote or idea. It was because I couldn't figure out how to display in Jenga tower. And I sent this to Matt, my friend 8-Bit Abernathy, Matt, and I sent him this card. Yeah, I sent him this card, and I was like, Matt, I don't know what to do for this Jenga tower. I also don't know what to do for the keep tower or the keep icon. It's supposed to be discard or keep a card, and I just don't know how to represent it. And Matt was like, give me a second. And then he gave me these. I did adjust this one a little bit, the card one, but the Jenga tower, I pretty much just traced that. I did make the lines a little thicker. And but that was about it. That's about all I did to it. I mean, that's pretty good. Hard to tell small. Yeah, no, Matt's amazing. Shout out to Matt. Um, for for giving me these because this is so much cleaner than this. Like they are approximately the same size, and I just couldn't get it to read at all. When it was tiny, I could not get it to read. It was so muddled. Give a sec. No need to show off 8-Bit. Oh man. I will always hype up Matthew. What is it? Do I still have it? Is it still exclamation point Matt? Matt doesn't really stream. But he does um but he is on Twitter a lot. Or was. I don't know if he still does Twitter thing. There's something missing down here, and I just don't know what it is, and it's driving me insane. I think about these colors all the time. I think about them too much, I would argue. Like maybe I should do that and then have this one be that. Like something like that. And break it up a little bit. Let's be slightly lighter. But yeah, it's not that small. It's not an 8-bit. 8-bit, yeah. Fucking match you. If you ever hear me call anyone match you, it's Matt. I'm talking about match you. Because he doesn't like when people call him Matthew. Um, but he got stuck in my head to call him Matthew. And so the way I have circumvented it in my brain is to go chew. It does balance the sides, yeah, right? Like I feel like it needs something neutral in the middle. Maybe I need to make this a little bit darker. Yeah. Something like that. A little bit of a darker color. I'm gonna change the Daily Struggles color. That's what I'm going to next. Maybe it's meant to be lighter. I feel like that probably matches a little bit better. I think that's a little more readable, but I think this matches the vibe of the color escape we're going to be choosing. Let me just save that now. Let me lock that again. Going up to the title, header title words. I need to be careful because I always fuck it up somehow. Daily struggles, things, colors that make me think I am struggling in my everyday. Raiders, Wasteland Wonders, and Relics of the Past. So I need to come up with a color. I don't need to have this in front of me anymore. I can look at this with you guys now. Same way you guys would see this. Let me also close this so I can see this on stream a little bit better. Daily struggles. What do we think of? I think, okay, maybe it'll be easier if I narrow down the color. So I think Raiders are going to be some sort of red color, right? I think Raiders are going to be like that. That's what I anticipate Raiders being. Um, I anticipate Wasteland Wonders being some sort of green. I see them being like this green, or like a more accurate green to something else. To like the color palette, right? That's about what I imagine Wasteland Wonders looking like. Relics of the Past and Raiders. Relics of the Past. Um, I'm in between like a gold color, like a yellow gold color um for Relics of the Past. And and like a purple color for Relics of the Past is the other thing I was maybe thinking. Something a little bit more regal.
But yeah, so Relics of the Past is gonna be like maybe some sort of yellow, some sort of purple, maybe. So I have green, I have red, I have yellow, and or purple. It would make sense for Daily Struggle to be green, right? We'd have pink left, we'd have orange left technically, and um we'd have blue left. Maybe Daily Struggle should be yellow. We have Daily Struggles be that color. There's something imbalanced about this compass, and I don't know what it is, but I'll keep looking at it until I figure out what it is. Like it's throwing off the balance of this card, I feel. Honestly, I wish Daily Struggles was a little bit more to the right of the card, but that is the middle. It's just hard because the edge is also the same color black of the edges. All right, while I'm here, let me do the rest of these. Be a little bit lighter. I still need to be a little bit lighter, I think. I'm so nervous about accidentally moving it, like nudging it off center. I think it still needs to be a little bit lighter. Oh, I feel like it's not changing at all, and it's a me problem 1000%. Now it's a little too light. I always nudge this on accident in some way or form, by the way. That's why I'm being so cautious. Whenever I'm dealing with text, I move it so often, and it annoys the hell out of me. I think this needs to be also lighter, but I think I have to sit with it for a while. We're not going to be on Wasteland Wonders or any of these for a while. So I don't really need to worry about it right now, at least. A little less. Again, I think I have to sit with it for a while, and also just see again what the color palette is going to be in general. See, this just fits. Like this feels right when I see this Relics of the Past. This does not. So let's leave Relics of the Past in that gold. Let's try let's try a purple on Daily Struggles now that I've done the other colors and I kind of vibe with where they're at. Where they at? Where they at? Where they at? Where they at? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. It's peanut butter. It's peanut butter. No, it's a little too light there. Much too dark. You also like the green from Wasteland? Thank you. I'm also a fan of it after I looked at it. It's just what shade I want to do with it, you know? And that's where most of my dilemma lies in. I think I'm getting warmer. A little too dark is my issue. Maybe if I nudge just a little bit this way. I feel like I'm getting back to where I was. Blue for being blue in the daily. Yeah, right? It does. Blue for feeling blue. Blue for the days you're feeling blue. Which is, I think, why it feels better for it to be like a little bit of a darker blue as opposed to like a more neon blue, which is very like this is very much fucking 80s retro core. It's just having the fight between not matching this color and not being too dark on the background. That's the ever struggle I'm fighting with right now. It's why I want to like chill more on this side. And also not lean too much into the purple so it doesn't like match that color. If for whatever reason that looks very purple when it's not very purple. Or like maybe touching indigo. I believe moving this a little bit to the side makes that a little too dark. I'm okay with that. I still feel like it's a little dark. It doesn't look. It's just a little bit, just like the tiniest bit too dark. I feel. Like, I wish I could get this, but lighter. That's what I want. I want that, like, deep blue, but not as dark. I also might change the red of the heart. I think I'm going to change the red of the heart. Let me rephrase that. I am going to be changing the red of the heart. Maybe we just have to live with that. Maybe this is just darker. It is daily struggles. Maybe it's just because the red of the heart and maybe it's because the red of the heart is just clashes so hard with it. Something more like that. Maybe a little less red, but not that much. A little less red. God, you know what I'm in the mood to watch? I'm in the mood to watch the tournament, the first tournament from Yu Yu Hakusho again. I think that's a good red. That might be very similar to the original red, but at least I feel it looks better. It looks like it matches the card a little bit better. I'm really in the mood to watch that right now, actually. I'm not gonna. I could, but I'm not gonna. Alright. Both of those can be deleted. Oh, let me save. Like this. Now I can delete those. Yep. Okay, that's a nothing layer. I still think that looks like psychedelic almost when you do that. Right now I don't have any background. I'm thinking of maybe adding a background, but I almost think it looks better with that one. The yellow. No clock face. That's nothing. Alright, we're deleting that layer. This is our test layer. This is me emulating the Richard Wasteland cover. That will throw that in sketches. Call this ace heart ace. Let's start with hearts so they go in order. Um it's a lava lamp look that is doing it, I think. Yeah, right? The wasteland one? Yeah, it looks neat. It's just me emulating the cover. I have it over as the I have it over on here. I did the I tested it out over on Roll20 what it would look like. Um and bar the background being grass, because I could not quickly find a because I could not find a card table like felt um picture fast enough. We just went with grass. Yeah, it's a little trippy, eh? Um, but that's our test card over in Roll20. It's a little hard to read here, but that's because it's compressing it. I think if I compress it, it'll look better. But it's not something I thought about just yet. Oh yeah, we've definitely changed that red. Yeah, that red is definitely a little more desaturated. Like maybe not by a lot, but it definitely is desaturated by a little bit. Yeah. It's minimal, but it's noticeable. Um I'm not in love with the blue, but I don't hate the blue. Again, I just wish it were a little lighter while not looking like the light blue on the bottom. This is our cards. Um, card art. Move that out of that one. Throw that in sketches, actually. And I'm actually gonna lock that layer so I don't accidentally fuck it up. Because again, I'm not done with the template of the card yet. So I don't actually know. Let me export this. Let me export this at 50% actually, and see if that ports better over on Roll20. It's a very large file. I mean, it's a very large picture because from my understanding, you're supposed to make things larger so when you shrink them, they look better. You can control the resolution that way, and I do them at a pretty high reso for that reason. All right. Oh fuck. How do I do this again? Recall, shuffle, hide, deal, remove, call. Um. Yep. There was a thing I did for this. There is a thing I did for this. It was really easy. Here it is. I remember like it was really easy. No, cancel. Oh, here we go. I just had to scroll. Add card. Choose card. This one now. And this is going to be ace. Ace. Dave, do you like my card background? All right, shuffle. Deal. One card. Okay, cancel. Instead, I'm just gonna drag you. It's so tiny. I don't even know his deal was so tiny. What am I supposed to do with this? It feels like it deals like a token, and that's why it's so tiny. A little hard to read in comparison to this, I think. Let me do a size comparison real quick on stream. I'm gonna do the very fancy test of I'm literally gonna look at it. I'm gonna use my fingers to measure it. It's about the same size. Honestly, the bigger the better. Is it just because it's on this screen? Yeah, let's do this. You didn't realize it until I made it bigger, yeah. Let me, I have a, where's my Roll20? Is it you? It's neither of you? Oh, it's neither of you. Both of them called Roll20. Neither of them actually Roll20, though. Is it this one? It's that one. Okay. I can just move the card down. I don't know why I'm struggling here. All right, if I go back over here now, a little blurrier than I would like them to be. I need to go over and look at my own stream. Yeah, obviously it being a little bit bigger is better. That's not really the point, huh? Let me, oh, what did I do down here? How did I even do that? I didn't even know that was an option I had. Let me export this as a little bit smaller. It's probably the last thing I'm doing before I call it a night. I just want to test it out. Let me do it. Into this. I think it would actually be on stream. All right, me back to this one. Adding a card. File that one. It's that one, officer. It's telling me. It's quite literally. I'm getting so annoyed at having to mess around with it. This one is blurrier than the rest. So making it smaller did not solve the issue for this one. It does also give me a good chance to like test the size of some of these cards. To like put them right next to each other, as I would on stream when we're actually playing these games, or when I'm actually playing this game. In this case, only 4 would fit on the screen. Ideally, I'd want to make them put a square smaller. I don't know why they're sometimes they choose to it's a little fatter than this one. I don't know why. In this case, 5 could fit on the screen. I'd be really testing it with another, with a 6 one. I don't even think I could fit a 6 one on here. I would do this, which would be kind of annoying, TBH with you. And it would take up more space. Hmm. Probably 4. And 5 would barely fit on the screen. You need to be a little smaller. We're getting to the point where I'm not able to read them very well. Like I could, I just need to lean forward and look at them a little harder. Oh, it's too high, sorry. I have more room on my Roll20 than you guys can see. Same time, I can still only really fit 5 cards on here, if that. You have to shrink them a lot. Which means I'd probably have to stack them on each other. What's some of my plans? I'm not gonna lie to you. What I could always do is move game prep and stuff like that down. And that way, where game prep is on the screen. Because all I really want is like a. Ideally, I just want a big, one large slot on the screen where you see the cards. Because I want the room for myself and the Jenga tower to be on stream at the same time. And that would kind of wreck my plans for doing that. Because I'm not gonna have the Wretched Wasteland isn't gonna be there. Like the picture isn't gonna be there. Last time that's where I had the Roll20 thing on. Yeah, that'd be some Tetris, yeah. Good. This gives me something to think about. I guess I could always move it to the side a little bit. I mean, bigger is always better on stream for words. Anyways, thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thanks for all your advice and all the help with making these cards. I feel like we've kind of decided on a little bit of an art style. We've decided a little bit on um we decided on an art style. I feel like we've kind of got a a hold on what the colors are going to be for everything. I might futz with the daily a little bit more, but for now, that feels all right. That feels okay. I'm okay with it at the end of the day. Tomorrow, so long as I am not um like bedridden, I will be streaming. Tomorrow is my birthday, so um I don't know, maybe I somewhere around my sources I have some birthday things. So I might dig those up and set them up again. But we'll see. But that's tomorrow. And and by tomorrow I mean the 18th. I guess for some people tomorrow is it's already Thursday in some places. And yeah, so I also hope I feel better. Thank you so much, Critwitch. I do hope I feel a lot better. I would like to really enjoy my birthday meal, my homemade birthday meal. Um, of some of my favorite foods. But yeah, so I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evenings, and or night, morning, whatever you may be. And I shall talk to y'all tomorrow. Bye. Thank you for the happy pre-birthday. Thank you guys so much for watching. Really appreciate it. Everyone who is lurking, everyone who subs, everyone who just watches and watches them ads. Ads are the most obnoxious thing in the world. I agree. However, they really help me out at the end of the month. They give me, depending on how much I stream, about what I would gain from a sub, which is about 250, um, give or take. So I appreciate that. Every little bit, adds up. And at the end of the about 2 months is my is when I reach the minimum to pull out money from Twitch. Um, I am able to like get new things for stream, like the turtles we're looking at right now, and um, I was able to put in about a third of what this drawing tablet cost me. Well, you guys put up the other 2/3, which thank you so much. That was over on the Ko-Fi. If you guys are interested, feel free to go. Can you follow a Ko-Fi? I think you could follow a Ko-Fi. Feel free to go follow the Ko-Fi if you can. Um, Anytime we have a campaign going of just like any long-term goal I have for stream, it's probably going to go over there. Um, for example, I had the drawing tablet as a long-term goal for 2024, and yet here we are. And I hope I'm making good use of it. We made all the assets for Case Closer itself, and now we're making the assets for Wretched Wasteland ourselves. So hopefully, it's living up to what you guys hoped I would do with it. And yeah, so thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. I was able to buy the new webcam and the Jenga tower and stuff like that for stream. On May 1st is when I'm aiming to stream this. So thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to be nice to each other. Don't forget to be compassionate. And I shall see you guys all in the next one, hopefully tomorrow.